Hello. Okay, so,
Tycoon says CHER 100 stream loaded and play on its own. What is this madness of Twitch is this time? Next you'll be informing me TCH Tangents is online. End of line.
so it's gonna be one of those days. That's fun. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that. Okay. We'll get to this in a little bit. So, today's main objective is to 3D print the power supply bracket that we have designed over the last couple of days that will allow me to mount stuff in the Sony SMC-70 power supply. So that's gonna take a while to print. And no, the point of sale one's the tiny Pentium DZX. No, this one was never point of sale. It's gonna take forever to print that part. So here's the thing. I printed the first part here, the test piece, this took an hour. An hour. So we're gonna need to test that immediately and verify that it's acceptable, and then turn around and start the other print like right away. So the majority of the day is just gonna be sitting around waiting for the printer. So I figured that I set up that whole, you know, channel about things, and that there's things I wanna do. So here's the deal about this. I said I would never talk about videos that I'm gonna make games about, and for the most part that's true. But in this case, I already have a video done and scripted about this.
DHDAMAVEG 420S.toner subscribe with Prime.Dave subscribe for 2 months. End of line.
It is like messed up for you guys too, right? There's something wrong with the volume knob. Like I couldn't even understand that. My apologies. The amazed. The amazed. Thank you for the Prime sub and for 2 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those streams. Cool. Video's gonna make games about. Yeah, there we go. That's it.
Tycoon says CHER 100. Yes, it's not just your knob. Wait. End of line.
Why? I wonder if it could be because of this, like some ground nonsense. Yeah, so I hear the problem too. Yeah, frankly, I'm starting to wonder if it is ground stuff, because that sounds okay. I don't know. Just kind of hope for the best. But anyways, thank you for the Prime sub and for 2 months. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Anyway, up all night pacing around. I was up all night doing astrophotography, like I said. So, yeah. Anyway, did you get the printer going immediately? Yes. Well, we'll get to that. Let me explain this really quick. Video's done. Okay? But turns out Zoo Tycoon is a bad game, and I didn't know this, but I'm also not 100% sure if it's its fault, because I ripped my copy of the game over a decade ago, and I was playing off of that, and I'm wondering if maybe there's something wrong with the game from a copy protection standpoint. So, that seems better.
Also
kind of.
To do anything by your command.
That's close enough. I'm calling it. Thank you for the 100 bits. Anyway, so I want to try installing the game for real on here and see if that behaves any differently. Okay, so first though, we need to go pull the part off of the 3D printer and see what that's like. Wiggle the cable. No. It's in there. Get any good shots? I don't know yet because I went to sleep instead of processing anything. All right, so I already let the bed cool. So, yep, it just peels off. All right. Because I didn't change out the filament. That's great. I can tell I need to turn it down. Yeah, there's something funky going on with that. Okay. Also, shh, don't tell anyone. I mounted a fan on the backside of the shuttle because I got tired of the cables inside getting into the blades. Also, I put a super ultra high CFM fan on there, and it is awesome. Okay, so, the heck, 3D printer? What is that? That should not be there. Okay. Cool. So, for those of you who don't understand what all exactly, this is what we're doing. This goes in here, and this print is to check the fitment of everything. I need to pull out the support material that is covering a hole for this, where a switch will install. We're going to install the switch into this, I think, and then put it up against this and make sure everything aligns correctly. And then as long as that looks good, I should be clear to print the real version of it. So you be back later? Does that mean you enjoy the game or you don't enjoy the game? Someone commented they have a stock shuttle heatsink fan. I think I had like 3 people tell me that. Some of them local, some of them not. Which is funny. I might accept one and then compare it to the cooling solution I developed. So far, I'm leaning towards being curious how that worked out. Don't look, I'm doing safe stuff. Well, that broke the layers. Apparently problems I'm seeing are entirely at my end. Speed test. The video on the SMC-70 at some point, but I don't want to get asked about that for everything I show ever. Which is why there are things that I don't show. Wow, the support's really sucked on this. TT2, it'd be a TT2 video comparing the cooling effectiveness. No tree support? I didn't look. I just clicked buttons to make it print exactly as fast as possible. Do I have an X-Acto knife? Yes, but it's not really that sharp.
You'd think being an extrusion they would blow. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Sure, why not? Whatever that was. Oh my gosh. Reset the Digio 2? I really don't want to mess with it right now. We can look at all of that after I'm done messing around with a knife. Holy moly! You know, maybe I shouldn't use the blade I'd soldered on. You gotta remove the 3D print. You gotta remove the support material somehow. This is perfectly normal, sadly. If this works, why reprint? It won't work. This is just to check dimensions. This does not have enough strength. So keep in mind, a power switch mounts to this, and look how flimsy that is. Like, it will not be able to hold up to the power switch being flipped. I may have made this a little too thin. Jeez. Ah! Well, we don't actually care about that part, so whatever. Close enough. Yeah, we'll look at tree supports. See if the Prusa slicer has that. I'm sure it does. I just generally am able to design my prints not be so unprintable. There. Jeez. All right, let me grab the switch. I think it's over here. Yeah, I see it. It's taste blood. Alright, I'm gonna run this through a couple times because there's some like metal burrs that are keeping it from going smoothly. Well, enough of it remained to test. That's it. That's all we need right there. That's perfect. You know, I should just remove these wires. They're only in the way. Okay. First, are the holes big enough for the screws? Technically. They're kind of the perfect size. I might want to make them a little bigger. You know what? Starting notes. Screw Holes plus 20%. Okay. All right, first critical measurement moment. Do the screws actually screw in? Yes, they do. Okay. So, how does this fit on the side? Well, that's upside down, but it doesn't matter. Okay, that doesn't seem bad. Okay, there was a thing I did not account for. The screws themselves stick out and then offset everything down. So I'm gonna move this in. Let's go with 2 millimeters, I guess. That kind of sucks. The only way I can work around that, though, is by trying to flatten this out more, and the more I fatigue the metal, the worse it is. So, I don't know. Or make the wall thicker. I guess it will be thicker in the final version. You know what? We'll just put washers on the back. You know what? Let's ignore that. Let's just, let's put it in there without the thing. Or how about I just make the screws flush for now? The wall will be thicker. Or I could put washers on it. So let's just make the screws flush. Kind of try and press that up. See what that gets me. I may still have to, actually, though. Well, that's better. My distance from the hole seems to be completely wrong. And I think in 2 axes. I need to take out the switch. I think this one was too difficult to measure. This space right here, it didn't really work. Actually, do I have a dimension for that? I'm not 100% sure I do. Switch to back wall too far. And then I'm also going to do switch too far right. Because I do think I need to bring it in. Not exactly sure about how much yet. So you can see the screw holes don't, I mean, so vertically, those 2 screw holes are perfect. Actually, almost everything there is perfect. Although maybe I want the grommet hole to be just a little bit farther down. But when I try to push the switch flush, there's a gap. kind of significant gap that I really cannot, yeah, there we go. So that's a problem. So I think yeah, I think I remove, I'm gonna go 2.5 millimeters in on the switch. Minus 2.5 mm. And I think I can shrink this down literally by half. Because if we look at the post there, that's fine. And then I can move it over by about a third. Skewer. You know what? I'm going to say I'll take out minus 25% R and write, I'm going to say plus 25% R. The grommet hole should be moved down by the wall thickness, I think. Actually, you know what? I think those switch should be moved up. Yeah, the switch should be moved up by the grommet wall thickness, because the grommet hole and the two screw holes are kind of close. So SW up plus grom wall. And then I think the grom wall should increase by 50%. And also the grom itself, I forgot to remove some from grom. I should subtract 1 millimeter. Okay, let me remove the switch and check the relative positioning of everything else. Yeah, the switch is just, it's down too far. Ooh, I didn't anticipate this causing an issue. That's what's causing the problems. Oh. That sucks. Switch is still too far down. It does need to move up, but even with the switch fixed, that's still not enough. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. You don't see it. There is a lip right here. So I cannot push the 3D printed part down into the corner because it's hitting that. Just cut the angle. Our plan was to print on that side. So it'd print upright like that. I think I'm gonna have to radius that, and then I might as well radius that so it looks pretty. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to radius that. I'm also considering just moving this edge up to the bottom of the grommet, so it's just fully floating. I think I'm gonna do that. Cut the test print? Yeah. It says it enjoys this. So with that out, yeah, the grommet hole still needs to be slightly bigger. The switch mount definitely needs to move up. I'm gonna guess by, yeah, it seems like by about the grommet wall amount. I'm just doing that as a relative measurement. Just send it and fix it in post with a Dremel. We already didn't do that over there. Although that one's a little worse. Also, I shouldn't move that. I eyeballed that perfectly once the... We're just gonna remove 25% of the radius. Once that's actually shifted over, it's flawless. I nailed that position. Wow. Okay, so we're just gonna remove 25% from that radius. We could probably remove 50%, but actually maybe I'll remove 35% from that radius. Why did I bring the marker over here?
For a cool CHDER 100 UE, called it perfectly. Show off for you and your working eyeballs. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. You don't need to have anything down there? Yeah, at the bottom, yeah, so what I was gonna say is I was thinking about moving the bottom wall up. I need a wall to support the switch when you're pressing it down, but that's it. So we move the bottom, maybe we move the bottom wall up as much as we can. Bot wall up max. We move it up until it interferes with the grommet well. Oh yeah, it is that day, isn't it, Dziak? Okay. So yeah, we definitely need a little more clearance over there, which I don't think I added programmatically, but we'll check. And then increase the wall. Yeah, so let's go. Let me go over everything. Screw sizes here, plus 20%. Switch to back wall. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, that's really far off, actually. Oh, I see exactly what I did. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. I nailed this measurement 100% perfectly. But you know what I did? I measured the wall to the edge. I did not think the center. This is perfectly in the center. So I need to measure the thickness or the width of this and divide it by 2 and add it to that. Oh my gosh. And this is why we test print. Okay. So that one's easy to solve. Bring this in just a little bit. Yeah, the grommet position and the screw hole position seem good. Worst case screw hole positions I can fudge. Okay, we move the wall up as much as possible. Yeah, I think that's gonna have to do. And then I'm gonna radius this. I could Dremel it. I'm nervous about doing Dremelets. About Dremeling it, because it's gonna be a thick wall and it's gonna have a hollow infill. I'm gonna add a radius. We already added the ability to add a radius. I'll just radius and brim it. It'll stick. Okay. So let me go over this one more time. Screw holes plus 20%. The position of the wall up gets plus half this width. The switch is too far right to the right this direction, so we're going to move it inwards about the thickness of the grommet wall, I think, just for like, random giggles. We can move it in more. Worst case, I can put washers on the backside to space it out. So I'll kind of overshoot that. Okay. The skewer hole, I'm going to remove 30% from the radius. The SW up plus grommet wall. Oh, yeah, this is a little far down, actually, still. It needs to be more than a grommet wall. Or does it need to be exactly one grommet wall? I think it needs to be exactly one grommet wall, yeah. So we'll move the switch up one grommet wall's worth. We increase the spacing around the grommet wall by 50%, which is just the thickness of this beige piece of plastic there. We decrease the size of the internal grommet part that I did not print here by 1 millimeter just because I remember that I did not do that. And then we move the bottom wall up as much as possible. Yeah, I think that's everything. Okay. Let's go make the changes. Okay. This accidentally became our final version. Okay, step one. Switch screw radius. We're adding 20%. Screw it, just add 30%. Boom, okay. The switch to back wall. Let me measure the width of the switch. Sounds like a second test print. It takes an hour to print a test print. We will not have enough time to do both. The total switch width is 7.8. So that is why this, wait, I did not leave it on the center, what? That's grommet. Y plus 33. Okay, so plus 7.8 divided by 2. Okay, so that wall is gonna have to come out more to leave some clearance. This isn't going to take long. It's not worth to film. Okay. Switch too far right. Yes. Okay. So the spacing I did here, I'm going to increase this by Probably the thickness of the grommet wall. So, switch shell negative. Switch position. We just did divided by 2. Okay. So actually, I think I did that down here. Yeah, x1. Translate 1. Yeah, so that's, I mean, actually, is that all I need to do? Because everything else is just going to move. So if I translate 3, sure, why not? It's fine. Oh, and then this, that's what I need. Okay. Let's do switch underscore space equal 3. Put this here and then translate that. There we go. Okay. Dziak, you'll appreciate this because I was telling you about it before the video. I said in the video intentionally that I was not listing the CPU temps and chipset temps and everything in Celsius because it is not comparable to the internal die temps that you can get. And then people were still trying to convert it to C and compare that. Okay, skewer radius. I think we just kind of chucked that down here. I don't hear any emergency vehicles. Radius 10, is this the one? 30. That's it. Okay. So I was going to reduce that by 35%. Okay, so if it's this, let's just reduce it by 30%. Boom. Oh my gosh, if I reduce it just a little bit more, actually I should probably have it poke through. I should not have it leave like, oh, if I leave one partial wall, then it won't have to put supports in. Okay, hold on. 6. Beautiful, we're going with that. We're taking out 40%. Nobody outside the US would know what F numbers mean? That's not my problem. Okay. Switch up plus Grom wall. Yeah, let's move it up. Oh, that's going to be rough with that. Walls are going to have to be thinner. 3 millimeters. Well, that broke everything, but we'll fix it. Okay, switch position. The grommet wall, how big was that? So I did, there's Grom. Grom. There should be 2 plus 2.7. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Grom underscore wall equals 2.7. Do that. That. Save. That changed nothing. But then if I come here and increase this to 3.5, perfect. Okay. And then that was 2.7, so I need to move the switch position up, Z. Minus wall. That is literally how much I need it to move. Divided by 2, though? That doesn't seem quite right. I'm just going to go with plus 2.7. Okay. Oh, that... we're going to get space back for that in a moment. Maybe I should make this taller. Well, that's going to mess with the other thing. All right. Grom wall plus 50%. Grom inner minus 1. Okay, so I'm going to add 1 to the Grom wall. And then I'm going to subtract 1 from this and this. And I don't like how that moved. That's moving down. Size x plus Grom x divided by 2 minus 22.8. What on earth is 22.8? Oh, I bet that's my ghetto relative position. Yeah, the notch in the corner. Actually, the notch in the corner is not listed. Yeah, don't let me forget the notch in the corner. Okay, let me look at this more. $22. Needs to be screw it. Four plus 1. Wait, no, plus 0.5 z plus 0.5 save. Ugh. Whatever. Bottom wall up max. Okay, so we need to shift this up basically as much as we can. Probably can do a fair bit. And then this also needs to be fixed, and then we need to round this. Actually, if we just shift this up, it might be good. All right, well, let's figure this out. So the bracket height is 65. I don't remember where we're setting this, so let's just try 35. I don't like that. It's set at the bottom. Okay. Also, that's not being used to set the top wall position. So we should fix that. Top wall is... Let's actually comment these. Okay, this is probably back wall. Yep. Back wall. This is bottom switch screw. This is probably top switch screw. I'm reasonably confident and just, well, you can just do this. No, that was bottom wall. Oh, I'm glad I looked. Bottom wall. That's the one we need to move. Okay, this will be top switch screw. Yes. Top SW screw, then that'll be top wall. Yep. Okay. Top wall. Okay, so top wall, we have bracket depth is, that's correct, wall, okay, so what's this 25? So if I do minus 35 as bracket position equals 0, 0, minus 35. Dot Z. Paste. Paste. Okay, and then we do this minus wall plus bracket height minus wall. There we go. So that fixes the top. Top screw position, I'm just not touching. Wait a minute, did I move? Oh, that's the wall, the block position. Wait, what? Yeah. Okay, so... Ooh, that one's got to go up, and then that one's got to go there, yeah. Yeesh. Oh my gosh, we've lost an hour. Cook faster. Cube height 18. No, that was the wrong one. This. Let's go 20. 20. Yeah, and then height minus, so 13, and then 17. Sure. Then this isn't big enough. Bracket depth. This sucks. We got to make it way bigger. 40. Two. That'll work. And we're going to take corner off. I haven't raised this wall yet, so I'm going to do that. Let's do both now. Okay, so a corner fillet. X minus bracket width plus switch space plus bracket depth plus whatever Z minus 35. Okay, well that didn't work. I think there's got to be a rotate in there. Hold on, let's do this. Yeah, and then it's very, very wrong. I think I don't want bracket width. There we go. Kind of. Let's hide this. So I need something along the lines of this. Yes. And then I need the radius to be a lot smaller. Radius. Is it radius first? Yes. Radius wall. Okay, and then we'll make the Y that. Plus bracket depth times 1.5. Okay. I have to add a fillet in there. Why is that cutting a hole in the top again? What moved? Oh no. That's not good. That shouldn't be happening. Oh, no, I know why that happened, because the bottom wall was down and then I moved it up. That's fine. Okay, I have to put a fillet in there, and if I'm putting one in there, I might as well put one over there too. Oh, although that's actually super close. I don't know. Ooh. That is super close. Is there even going to be enough space? I think I need to make it taller. Bracket height 68. And that's now a problem. Because that's 100% going to interfere with the skewer. Don't tell anyone. We're going to cut a hole in the sidewall. What I'll probably do is just get the soldering iron and just poke it through. Anyway, let's add a fillet there. Which is which? That's the one. Okay. Why? Bracket depth. I think we just need bracket depth. Oh, that's translate though. If we get rid of that and that, and let's just get rid of all of that. Where does that put it? Okay. That's not quite where I thought it would be, but okay. So if I put it there, it's going to be on the inside. Okay. So then we minus from minus 35. What? That's the bright position. Screw it. Bright position. Bright position. Bright position. Okay, that spot is fine, but X, we need not plus brace width. There we go. And then, but plus whatever this is. Is that bracket depth? Brace. Okay. So X plus brace. That doesn't seem right. Brace width. That still doesn't seem right. What is defining that? 2. It's just 2. Okay, sure, whatever. All right, let's make this smaller. Just brace.
CER 100. The issue is the lack of the Stradivarius constant in the code. It's the fiddle factor. End of line. Orgio subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 50 months. And says welcome to the Scatological Society. End of line.
Gosh. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Portizo, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 50. That's so many. Oh my gosh. 50 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, there we go. I can't add that to the top, but I can add it to the bottom. Now I can increase that to brace. How about wall times 2? Three. Okay, that'll have to do.
Sleepy developer subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 16 months. End of line.
Did I raise this? I don't think I rose it. No, because it's still minus 35. Sleepy developer, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 16 months. I appreciate that. Okay, let me set everything to bright position Z. Okay. Now, if I set this to minus 45, that's super broken. if I just move this up by 3, oh my gosh, so much stuff breaks. So much stuff breaks. Okay, if I take out 5 and then take out 5, that almost works. What is going on here? Okay, I think I do that. I take out 5 from that. That's a problem. We make that slightly smaller on the inside. And then whatever this is, brace thing, is that this? Bracket depth, cube 65. How did I screw that up? Bracket height. And then this. Okay. Now we make that smaller. Wall times 2. That's the wrong one. Fillet corner, brace. You know, let's just call it wall times 2. Times 1. 0.5. Is there a wireframe view? I want to see if I can get a feel for how much space there is. Window, view, wireframe. F5. F6? Oh, I was having a good long think about it this time. Okay, view, wireframe. I mean, it's not my favorite, but that's probably fine. That'll work. I can live with that. I think that'll have to do. And thank you, Jason. I did kind of try. All right. Save. I'm going to F6 it again. It didn't do anything because it wasn't different. Export STL. Boom. Overwrite. All right. I think it's printing time. Do I have any reason not to print it on this face? Let's just, you know, let's just slap it in there and see what that looks like. What happens for the rest of the stream? We play video games. We're printing this. That's going to happen right now. But while it prints, we'll see. Oh, it's having a good think about that. Or did it just reject it? Oh, I put the SCAD file in there. Oh my gosh, it's enormous. Yes, Zoo Tycoon will be the game. Okay, so if we print it this way, 3 hours. Oh my gosh, we're screwed. Oh, it's so much support material. Oh my god, that will reduce a lot of time. by doing this maybe. Okay, 2 hours. All right, getting better. I don't like how much there is there. Okay, print settings. Can I do support trees? Support or hang grid organic. Is this save? Save. I never want other one again. Okay. Okay. That is funky looking. Okay. It is now 1 hour and 57 minutes. This is so weird looking. What is organic support? Apparently Cthulhu comes out to provide support for your 3D print. Organic sports break away more easily? Yeah, I suspect they will. Okay, I think we're good. I think we start it. Let me go make sure the print bed's clear. Yeah, they do look a little creepy. All right, look at that floor. Whoa, crazy floor. All right, so 3D printer. Okay, that's one 3D printer. I'm gonna grab this, peel that off. It goes in the rightful place that all brims go, under the print bed, so you never see them again. Okay. I was gonna sarcastically clean the print bed by wiping grease off my forehead onto it, but I would like this to actually stick. So let me do this for real. This isn't like one of my monitors where I lick my palm and then rub it all over to make you guys extremely uncomfortable. Here we go. That is isopropanol. Boom. We'll put that there so there's some nice flammable materials next to the printer though. That's better. Okay. I'm gonna go start the print. Can anyone think of a single reason not to print this? Speak now or forever appreciate the beauty of this component. All right. 5, 4, that's not fair because there's no, you can think of a reason. Well, you didn't give it to me, so I'm not counting it. Won't that recalibrate the bed, wobbling it around like that? No. Not using MakerBot. Okay, printing. Okay, so that will eventually get going over there. Oh, I need to stop it. I need to stop it. Cancel. Cancel print. Whew, that was close. Brim. That will be better. Okay, go. Oh, error. Trying to overwrite file that is currently, I told it to stop printing. Cancel, 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 cancel. I'm gonna have to go reboot the printer. Anyway, I added a brim to it because when you have a really tall print, and especially one that has an easy leverage point to rip off, you can lift. So I wanted this to have some suction to hold it down. It's one of the things that I had to do for all of my, how do I not have one within 3 feet? Oh, I do. It's just like at the maximum of 3 feet. The SSD holders that I use. Okay, physical printer. Why are you still canceling? I don't care about your updates. Okay, hold on. Reboot. Yeah, it doesn't rip off the print bed before you're ready. Exactly. Ah. You forgot to engrave your logo in it? You don't have that bed glue you can put on the bed to make it stick way more? No, I don't really want to. I never have that problem. Well, that's not true. I have had it once. I forgot what lifted. It might have been one of my SSD holders, actually, that lifted while printing. But it has so little surface area that makes contact. I'm not surprised. So I had to poke around the old version of FreeCAD I had installed. Feel like an idiot. It does have all that. Oh, only shows up when you're in a relevant workbench module. I guess it was looking. Oh, that's weird. Okay, well, at least you found it. Remember, it's on you to learn how to use that so that I can learn from you. Attempt to reconnect. Okay, hold on. What is that Raspberry Pi doing? Okay, it's rebooting. I can see it. It's doing stuff on the Pi display. Look, things are scrolling. Yay! Woo! It's booting. Do some little CAD stuff. Me too. That's why it's always just open SCAD. Thanks for the pointers and no chance whatsoever. Yeah. Oh, didn't miss the Zoo Tycoon? Nope, that's upcoming. We're about to do it. As soon as we start 3D printing, we're going to switch over to Zoo Tycoon. Adrian, are you familiar with Zoo Tycoon? Because I can actually use input from someone who's familiar with the game. Well, let me rephrase that. More familiar than I have played it in the past and have nostalgia for it. We haven't even started the game. No. Yes, Zoo Tycoon. Boom. As soon as the printer starts printing, we can do that. Why is this not... do it? I wonder if I need to go reboot. Oh my gosh, you only played the DS version? I feel so bad for you. Hold on, I managed to get a metal splinter, I think. Yep, that's a metal splinter. That's cool. Ouchie. Okay, the Pi is booted. I'm going to reboot the printer. Oh, there's a screw missing on the printer. Or lose it loose. I don't know. The power supply is a little wonky looking. I'm sure loose fasteners near a power supply isn't a problem, so we'll just continue. Only played it probably 5 years ago last. We had Zoo Tycoon and 2. Don't know which I played. I don't remember ever being good at either. Okay, was it 2D or 3D? Because that's the easy way to tell. 2D is 1, 3D is 2. It was fun for younger me at least. Okay. Were you going to do this in FreeCAD? Absolutely not.
100 I used to get metal splinters enough I kept a hard drive magnet around to help remove end of line.
Oh man. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits and the horrifying story. Alright, take 2. Upload and print. How did this connect? There's no way this is going to work. Oh, the webcam worked. Look at the filament hanging out, just to spite me. Resolving address? What? Can't upload. Cancel upload. Control T. Canceled, okay. Export G-code. I'm getting we're burning time. Let's try this again. Upload and print. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's better. Ah. All right. We'll wait for it to start wiggling. Or maybe I can tell you why we're going to play Zoo Tycoon.
There is no way a 3D printer should be able to print. Pt3 printer of course prints an ELO card. It's spewing out their spaghetti against CHER 100. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. That's one of my favorite ones we've ever had. Oh man, that's great. I remember both. When I played one realistic, it was probably 2 then. I remember brother installing a lot of mods, extra animals, mainly trying to resurrect dinosaurs. Okay. Whoa, did it just home? Crazy. It's not supposed to be able to do that. It's supposed to be broken all the time. All right, it's warming up. Bed's up to temp. Filament. Whoops, I forgot to turn the temperature down on the filament. Oh well, it's going to print at 220. Hopefully it likes it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I guess if I really cared, I could adjust it. Although I'll probably forget, and it's probably going to adjust it again after whatever, like, initial layers thing. So, meh, whatever. I will go ahead and ultra crop this view now. You might think, why don't you use that webcam in the back? It's not plugged in. Why would it be plugged in? That would make sense. This one is active, but that one's just for checking that the nozzle hasn't exploded or whatever. So you can't actually see a whole lot on that one. That one's my favorite view, though. That is easily the best mod I've ever done to a 3D printer, was putting a camera on the print head like that. All right, it's almost up to temp. It's at 194 out of 220. Let's see. That should work for sound. That sounds horrific. Why does that sound so bad? Interesting. Okay, then. Cool. It just failed the air. Guess when the air conditioning turned on? It's having trouble actually getting up to that temperature. What? Why? How? AC, stop it. Oh, there's a vent right over it. That's probably not helping. Okay, AC just shut off. Yep, it's ramping up now. Oh, God, that's awful. Oh, well. All right. Is there a little line showing up? Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, we should be good now. We can check back in on that later. For now, it's time for... Ta-da! Windows XP! Okay. First, let's see if we have sound. I have it in the right channel. I have no idea what you guys have. Let me check some stuff. I don't like that it's right channel only. Huh. Yeah, I could see that you don't have XP sound. Let me try some. Why is it only right channel? Hold on. Okay, maybe this audio cable's bad. One moment. I think I know why you're not hearing anything. Well, let me try this really quick. Advanced audio properties. Input, monitor output. Okay, so this. Now you're hearing it. Okay, but it's right channel only. I'm going to try a different audio cable. There we go. All right.
88 Raiders from Parts People have joined. End of line.
Parts people and Raiders, hello and welcome. I hope your stream went well. We're about to play some Zoo Tycoon while we have a 3D print happen in the background. So we're messing with some stuff today. Okay, I'm gonna start the game so you guys can hear the music and then use that to tell me what you think of the volume level. Oh yeah, don't look right now if you have epilepsy. I don't know why it's like that. Okay, hold on. So how is that for volume? I have no idea why it does this when it starts, by the way. That is way too loud for me. Okay, volume check. What do you guys think of the volume right now? Volume way too quiet, okay. Know what Core XY printer I want to get? One that's made out of 2020 aluminum. Okay, like, maybe it needs to be even louder. Let me try that. What do you think of that volume level? Definitely didn't used to do that when I played it. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's better? Okay. That's a bit much, too loud. This is 70% volume. That's good? Okay. The good news is it will never play music again, because the music is a lie. So, alright, here we go. First thing I'm gonna do is, cheatily move the capture over. Oh, wait, no, I'm not, because that's right, I've hacked my settings. This is not full screen, but this is. Okay, so this is Zoo Tycoon. So why Zoo Tycoon? Okay. Are you playing my archive copy now? Yes, this is the archive copy. So let me explain what the problem is here, okay? So I've made a zoo and it's like, you know, doing zoo stuff, okay? Is that Twitch stream category? I don't know, I probably should. We're gonna be doing this for long enough that'll actually matter. Needs pixel perfect scaling or you can't watch? Well, bad news, this is 720p, so your options are a very tiny frame or this. And I'm gonna tell you, suck it up, because you're getting this. Okay. Anyway, here's the problem. Look at that. Okay. Zoo Tycoon. I would just like to point out, our OG Zoo Tycoon has 4.3 followers, thousand. Zoo Tycoon 2 has 2.5. Zoo Tycoon DS has 19. The modern Zoo Tycoon has 5.4K. Okay. Okay. I never played Do PETA People Attack? You know, that'd be kind of hilarious. No. Joke's on you, already watched it at 720p. Well, through the magic of horrible video processing, it's now perfectly pixel scaled for you. Make mods editor, we can set stream title. I don't know how to do that. I'm willing to do that. How do I, how? Yeah. Okay. Does it let you feed visitors to the animals? Yes, it does. PETA folks don't attack and that. No, they don't. Okay, so here's the problem. Basically, no matter what I do, after a certain point, the zoo just declines like this, okay? So this is the zoo attendance, okay? It's at about half of what it used to be, all right? And I have no idea why. Is your building blocking the sidewalk? This one, no. None of them are. So, is there a 3D printer cam? There is when I click a button to go see it. That's the best I can do, is every now and then click a button. Hold on, let me actually do two things here. Also, Shadow Master, hello, this is your first time chatting. If I do layout editor, I can, oh wait, that's the webcam. That's totally different. Right there, one with the leaf on it. This? So this sidewalk is just going up to that. So the sidewalk isn't obstructed by it. Top sidewalk. You mean from here to there? That's intentional. That's just the viewing area for the exhibit. I should say, so Shadow Master, are you familiar with Zoo Tycoon? Because I think you might just need to add new things to the zoo to entice customers going off the attendance graph. So, not at all. Okay. Hello, this is your first time chatting. Haven't had one of those in a while. Yeah, because I can't see that with my own chat thing. Had Godzilla. Don't think that's an option. Anyway, so here's the problem, okay? So I built this zoo to be fun. The real thing, though, is to just build the zoo optimally. So this is an optimal zoo, okay? Just look at this, okay? Every guests are very happy with your zoo. Oh, yay, so exciting. Look at attendance here. Well, it's kind of bouncing, but the amount of profit, the amount of money this zoo makes relative to the other one is identical, even though it's like 1/4 the size. That's the problem I've got. This one is set up to only do the absolute bare minimum amount necessary to make the game work. So this is the part of the problem where I'm getting, if you missed the start of stream, the reason we're looking at this is I've already recorded all of the footage, I've written a script, I'm ready to like finish the video, okay, on this game. Yes, we are gaming, okay? I have everything done for this, but I want to see if I have screwed something up. So what I'm trying to find out here is if there's something I have missed, because the fact that this is the optimal way to play is terrible, and that trying to just play freeform and it's sucking is annoying. Is that Taco Bell? It is the Prairie Dog Cafe. But yes. So the lampposts are just to add guest happiness when they walk in, and it works. Like, that's the thing. It's like, look at this. They're like maxed out as soon as they get in the door. Like, guest happiness, 95%. There are scenarios in this game where you can, like, try to, like, meet a criteria, and one of the hardest ones is to get your guests up to 90% happiness. Getting up to 95% is just ridiculous. I don't know why animal happiness is at 99, every single one of them. Oh, yeah, it's just because every now and then they slightly walk away from food. That's why. Exactly, Cody. That is exactly the problem. Yeah. So that's the whole thing. Is there a command to link to the new channel? No, there isn't. So anyway, yeah, the fact that this does just as well as the other one is really, really annoying. But I wanted to see if maybe the, like, inevitable collapse of the other zoo is potentially an anti-piracy problem. So here's a little fun thing. Let's quit the game. All right. If you ever do Sim Theme Park Ever Request, can you check if the announcer's voice lines randomly skip on XP? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so let me, here, actually, just go here. So we got Zoo Tycoon. Okay, these are my original files, okay? From like 2014 is when I first installed this, okay? Does sound like copy protection shenanigans? Yeah, that's the thing. So if you do not have these registry entries, but have the expansion pack installed, it will prevent maintenance workers from being able to pick up trash, clean out the trash cans, maintain the fences. Your zoo will implode. So without that, that's what happens. So I'm wondering if maybe because I didn't install the game on this machine, that's what's happening with the zoo memberships. So I've actually had it happen twice. Okay, so let me explain an additional thing here. And I cover this in the video, but I want you to see just how bugged and horrible this game is. Sorry, let me just, let me hide this while it loads. So I'll show you, I'm gonna load an old save so that you can see how bad the game actually is. And no, I'm not using the Zoom thing, I'm using the superior Windows Media Center theme. Oh, it definitely has DRM. It 100% has DRM. Just not in the usual ways. Okay. So we're gonna load save game that's Death Spiral. Superior, I'll fight you. Okay. So, oh, you know what? I should load one further back. I should load Screwed. Here we go. Is this better? Yes, this is it. Okay, so we're just gonna sit here. First of all, notice how many guests are kind of walking away there. Also, you cannot increase the speed of the simulation of this game, which is maddening. But this zoo basically has the exact same problem. It's the same zoo, but a different timeline. So this one is doing even worse. All right. But this was how I originally wanted to build the zoo, and I just want to show you something. So here's something I didn't realize until like most of the way through the game. Each zoo animal has a popularity rating that goes along with it. And the popularity rating determines whether or not people are actually like trying to come look at these guys. And some of these animals are just literally dead weight, wasting money, taking up resources. No one wants to come see these guys. So Zoo Tycoon leans much more on the Tycoon than the zoo part. And it's kind of annoying. Also, all right, we're starting a show tank with the orcas here, okay? Have you considered maybe you just need to get good? Oh, well, watch this, okay? All right, so you can set up using the Marine Mania expansion shows like this, okay? And your orcas or whatever will come in here, they'll do stuff. People will come fill in the grandstands, and then they'll pay money to watch this and see it, okay? Can you transfer those animals to the Taco Bell? Yeah. Business simulation with a zoo theme. Basically, but I want you guys to see what happens. Let's just pick one of these people at random, okay? So, hold on, let me pick the person. There we go. Guess something or another, okay? That was a cool trick, blah, blah, okay. So they're having fun watching the zoo. We're just picking one at complete random here, okay? We're gonna see what happens. Is there something wrong with the installer? I didn't use an installer. Okay, so the show has ended in the tank. And now what happens is the show is over, so the people will leave the grandstands. Wow, that was a great show. Okay. All right, so we can follow the person, okay? Let's see where they go. Okay, it's not having the problem. What can happen is a lot of the people, I wonder if they're going to the other show. Let's watch this show. But what will happen is a bunch of people will watch the show. Yeah, there we go. Wow, that was a great show. I don't like the zoo. I'm going home. That's what I was looking for. So this person just watched a show, and then they're like, screw this place, I'm out of here. There is a bug where people will go watch one of these marine shows and then just decide they hate the zoo in the middle of it, and then as soon as it ends, they'll leave. So I added all of these, and then they will just eject people from the zoo, is what ends up happening. So I have a section of the video where we just watch people come into this and then just feed directly out after they stop watching and leave. It's ridiculous. So I bet if I click more of these people, they'll have something similar. Wow, what a great show. This zoo isn't all that great. I'm leaving. Let's click this guy. Oh, wow, lion looks overjoyed. I don't like the zoo. I'm going home. There's just some weird bug. I don't get it. Or something happens like that. But it's mostly these. Can those people be allocated to Taco Bell? Something SeaWorld joke? Did you not notice the name of my, exhibit for the show tank? Orca 2 is very sick. Well, if he dies on there, that'll be quite the show. Okay, so, yeah. So what I did was I reloaded a save. I have many things. I'm not perceptive. It's not one of them. It's not a bug. It's showing how difficult customers' visitors are. Oh, yeah, for sure. So what I did, oh, there's a second thing, all right? So I have over here another show that has sea lions, all right? Was there ever a patch issued for this game? Kind of. I think this is the most up-to-date version because it is the complete collection version. Anyway, sea lions. So there's currently, how many animals are in here? 0 animals. Why are there 0 animals? Well, let's reload. Oh, nope, still showing 0 animals. How about this one? Oh, this one has 2 animals. Except there's this guy here. So it turns out there's an additional bug where if you have a show tank with sea lions, the only way they can get into the show tank, I believe, is through this transition where they go into here. But what happens is these count as 2 different tanks. And when they move from one tank to the other, it marks that other exhibit as empty. And then anyone who was trying to go see that is like, oh, well, it's empty. I'm not going to go there anymore. So them moving back and forth causes this whole area to be a complete dead zone. That's why there's no one over here. So when I got to this point in the game, I set up the show, which was evicting people from the zoo. And then the second exhibit I set up was another trap one where people will like get baited and they won't go to the exhibit anymore because it shows up as empty. All your customers are 4 years old, very fickle, as best you ever hate here, going home taking a nap. Exactly. So these can kind of seem like problems. I don't know. I've seen everything in the zoo. I have to leave now. I mean, that's fair. I don't know if that's true. So anyway, what I want to do is I want to try installing the game from scratch and see if just running the exact same zoos works out better. So let's try it. Let's Alt F4. Do I wish to save my zoo? No. And let's install this from scratch. And real quick, let's check up on the 3D print. Yep, that's beige plastic. Yep. Okay. It's an option to put people on a rotating platform to view a broken sea turtle with a puddle butt. No, it is not. All right. Disk, drive. Oh, there's another disk in there already. Whoops. I will have to remember to put that back before I go home. That's a sneak peek of a potential game I'll review. Deziak had a realization. I think live streams count as videos. That's an additional potential solution. Okay. My computer. Oh yeah, so here's a fun thing. All right, so I'm using Daemon tools to mount ISOs for things, or actually bin queues when I'm at home, because, surprise, I have my, like, 1,000+ PC game collection here and not at home. So generally, I'm going to be playing with bin queues that I rip using the CD robot at home, which, haha, now you know why I've wanted to do that this whole time. But the problem is that the drive letters are not consistent, and sometimes you'll install a game, and then it won't count it, because it'll be looking for the other drive path. It's really stupid. So anyway, let's try and install this. Rip the CD with a robot at home, but it's in the office. I'm not sure. Well, no, the media is at the office, so. You can change drive paths and disk management. It gets a little complicated. My product identification number is blah. Sure, why not? All right. Oh no, I only have 400 gigs free. Whatever will I do? Now let's go ahead and create a desktop thing. Okay. This directory does not exist. I literally do not understand why this was ever asked. It's like when you save in Paint in Windows 98 and it's like, I don't know, that file doesn't exist. Are you sure you actually want to save a new file? How about we just overwrite, you know, the clouds wallpaper instead? Makes zero sense. Anyway, I'll shift this over so you guys can actually see this. This is the exact same Microsoft installer that Age of Empires uses, Mythology, a whole bunch of stuff. It's kind of funny. I think instead of changing it in disk management, though, you're more likely to change it in the registry. And yes, the installer has sound effects. No, you weren't hearing things. The shuttle is awesome, by the way. I really like the snot out of it. Missing software is fun, I know, right? It's so depressing now. Actually, I want to look at my big box copy of Zoo Tycoon right now. Is the manual, like, physically larger? No, not even a little. It's exactly the same as the small box one. Yeah, okay. So, there's a menu. I think I showed it to you, the popularity menu. That's not covered in the manual. Shuttle with speed vents when? Technically, it has vents. What it needs is a wide mesh opening. I also don't think it's necessary. I think the high CFM fan that I put on it sucks so much air through it that it's fine. Yours has mesh. You're good. I would just like to point out, these graphics of the elephants and the fence literally do not exist in the game. So the ones over here, those are the actual in-game graphics. Those, completely fake. All right, we're not gonna play now. We're gonna exit. I'm gonna shift the capture back. And then we're gonna pop in the complete collection CD. Just need more time to talk about the 240 radiator. This one may not work. It's slightly scratched, and if it is, I'm screwed because I couldn't find any other copies of the game. I gotta look at my boxes to see if maybe I snuck one in there, but it's definitely not one in the big box. You know, while I'm doing that, let's look. So I have the Dino Digs expansion separate. I apparently don't have a box copy of Complete Collection. I did not realize that, which kind of sucks because I passed on a big box copy of it that sold on eBay. It was like, I don't need it. Oh, sweet. I have both loose. Score. That doesn't give me patches, but interesting. Okay, that'll work. And both manuals are in there too. That's funny. So someone clearly bought both and then just stuck them in one box. All right, that'll work. This feels really heavy. I suspect this has a second Complete Collection disc set in here. Oh yeah, let's install this. So the Marine Mania, or the Complete Collection identifies as the Marine Mania. I thought so. I put a Complete Collection digipack in there. According to the README and the disk image I made, one July 23, definitely versions later, is probably the last one. 2003 sounds about right. Okay, this disc is in better shape than that one, so if this one fails to read, we'll pop this one in. Is this some Longhorn build or custom theme? This is the Windows XP Media Center theme. Also known as Royale. Okay, let's go ahead and install this. That's curious that it doesn't recognize it as being installed, because I do have those registry entries set. I mean, the dolphin sounds are just mwah, chef's kiss. They're perfect. I did not realize it took 600 megabytes to install. Holy moly. Tried those CD polishing tools? Yeah, mixed success on those. I do not like disc doctors. Oh, Dino Pulse. There were so many great games that you could get through Scholastic. I actually got my first copy of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 that way. I bought it in the school. Directly from them, even. Those with old installers covering up the whole screen. I mean, what else are you going to do with all that screen? What do you want to... Actually, I think they want to prevent you from multitasking. I think that's what it is. Wait, you can just place the grandstands directly up against the tank? How does that work? I'm not sure that that's actually correct. But why? Because maybe your computer sucks and they don't want it, like, breaking. Have you met users before? They would 100% complain, ugh, while I was installing your software, my computer was slow. Marine Mania also comes with dinosaur digs. Interesting. Oh, fun fact. So I haven't got to the dinosaurs yet. Because I actually researched how to play the game after it started completely falling apart on me. Apparently, it's a terrible idea to ever do dinosaurs. Because what ends up happening is they have... there's a hidden attraction stat for all of the animals that makes them likely for people to come visit them. And apparently, dinosaurs are all pretty terrible. I have heard of that, Vital Kneve. All right, there we go. It has been installed correctly. Perfect. Let's play. Oh, that's funny. I haven't seen the FMV in a while. You have to pay your IAT team appropriately or the fences will fail. Yeah. Oh, it still does that. Sound effects in the installer are obnoxious. Ben hates fun, everyone. Point and laugh at Ben. Oh, why'd the sound mute? Oh, it's starting a tutorial. Yeah, we don't need no tutorials. Main menu. Wait, what? Main menu. There we go. Okay, load save game. Okay. So we're gonna go to see documents and settings, admin, my documents, zoo. Okay. So I'm gonna try How Now See Cow, all right? Because I think the zoo had not started imploding yet by this point. Yeah, so we have a slight drop. Okay, so here's what we need now. Does this recover without doing anything? That's what we need to see. Because if this works... Oh, actually... Yeah, no, this is correct. So if this works, then it means it was DRM. I should delete this exhibit. I think empty exhibits are a bad thing to have. Should probably delete the show tank too, but we'll just... Yeah, we'll delete that for now. Okay. So let's leave it like this. And unfortunately, I kind of need to just let it run and see what happens. I'll see if I can increase the screen resolution. Nope. Unless it's here. 1024 by 768. That'll at least look a little better. It's so much better. Wow. 1280 by 1024? There we go. Alright, we'll shift this over. And there we go. So I had to do any file hacks, essentially, to do 720p. Alright, well, it's not better yet, that's for sure. I've read through the manual on that, actually reading through the manual. So, I was talking about the stats stuff for the exhibit. So it talks about this, the upkeep costs for the exhibit, but it doesn't talk about the popularity rating at all. The manual literally never mentions any of that. It's very annoying. Okay, so these people still seeing the show and thinking, that's great, let's leave. Oh, it's too crowded. Oh my gosh, really? Jeez. That was a great show. I need to go use the restroom. Well, that sounds like your problem. That was a great show. It's a great show. Okay, are there any angry people? Let's look at this. Nothing listed. Don't like the zoo. Going to an amusement park. There's a restaurant. Okay. So far, maybe it was a DRM thing. Oh man, that would suck. Oh, let's look at people leaving. It was a great show. Hope we find a good seat at the grandstand. Great show. Too crowded. Great show. I'm hungry. Great show. I'm thirsty. Oh my gosh. If they all just go over here, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh no. Oh no. The zoo isn't... I really like this hamburger. The zoo isn't great, I'm leaving. Well, sorry, we'll make them out of the lions next time. Oh no, I'm afraid that it's DRM. Oh no, that sucks. Oh no! Dang it! No! Ah. You have to download the crack? I already did. But like over a decade ago. Well, it's going down slightly, but so far it seems better. Oh man. Dude, that sucks. I think it's DRM. Oh, I'm so sad. I didn't record the script yet. So at least there's that. Huh. Well, so here's the thing. The game definitely checks for registry entries. And it's possible that the registry entries that I added weren't enough. At least the save game's not infected. That is true. There is that. I'm gonna let this one run for a little bit more because this is the one that really plummeted off of a cliff. But we can load the other one and see if it climbs. Okay, so here's some people that seem like they're leaving. What are your thoughts? I've seen everything, and I must leave now. My people need me. Okay. I've seen everything at the zoo. I've seen everything. I must leave. Oh my gosh, this is totally different. Dude, so that's crazy because the other thing about this is I didn't come up with that theory about the grandstands making people leave. You can go look that up. People talk about that on like Reddit and other places on the internet. I wonder if everyone just pirates the game. Like, That's insane. This could be a legitimate example where piracy protection has caused people to think the wrong things about the game because you just straight up can't get it anymore to try it. Like if someone right now, a normal person who wants to play this game, okay, they can't go get a CD and then put it in their computer because their computer doesn't have an optical drive anymore. My laptop does not have an optical drive. So they would probably try and download a cracked version and then it wouldn't work. We're still losing people. So there's gonna be some hysteresis on this, but we can see how many people cross directly over here. So before, and I have recordings of this, so I will probably show in the video eventually, they would all like split around this fountain and then just leave, like just straight out. Man. So here's why this sucks so much. The video now has to be rewritten. This just massively increased the effort to create a Zoo Tycoon video. And I don't think a Zoo Tycoon video is gonna do that well to begin with. Oh, man. I think I have to spin the DRM part. That's the hook now. I think this just became the video. Actually, that's the only way it works. Stock up copies to sell after the video. I like your style, yeah. Man. Someone should make a video about old DRM. A lot of people have made videos about old DRM. Appreciate your investigation. Well, thank you. This is why I wanted to do exactly this while we were 3D printing. I'm not saying I'm not going to make it, because I have like 12 hours of footage already recorded, and I'm going to have to recreate this. Actually, I could also just click the record button right now. I'll just do that. I should have done that from the start, although it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah. Wow. Be interesting to know more about the game. Well, I'm not saying I'm not going to make the video. I'm just going to say that this just changes how I approach this video, and I have to throw out a lot of the script. Yeah, that's more what it is. It's just now the script is inaccurate. Which is, again, this is why I wanted to test this. I don't want to perpetuate incorrect things, so I wanted to test it. I will admit, I'm not perfect on this, okay? There's something in Draken that I wanted to test that I just could not be bothered to. Don't read too much into that. I think it starts the new month, it doesn't get a value, and then it'll actually check how many guests are in the park. Yeah, there we go. Dude, that's a flat line. That's so much better. Oh my gosh. That is so much better. Yeah. Anyway, Draken thing. Draken has something I've never seen before. It has a workaround for sprite rendering with the Voodoo 1. So there's an option in the settings called like text blur or text merge. I forget exactly what it was called. And if you click it on the Voodoo, I think it was the Voodoo 2, it like does this weird like pixel alternating shift thing. And I really wanted to try putting a Voodoo 1 in the Tiny Pentium, but on the other hand, I really don't want to open the Tiny Pentium, so I didn't want to do it. And I did not particularly feel like setting up an entire computer just to try it. Because I did not also want to pollute any of the other computers with Voodoo 1 drivers, because that's like a whole thing. Also, I'm not 100% sure that the performance problems on the Tiny Pentium weren't caused by me running daemon tools to mount the disk image, as opposed to just playing the game normally. So, that was a thing. Okay, it is still going down, so there's that. But it's a much slower plummet, for sure. And there is some accuracy, and people, I think maybe Flarespire was saying, adding new stuff does actually draw people in. There's a sneaky thing that can happen, where as I don't play the game and just watch this, stuff will happen, like these warthogs will get all ticked because there's too many of them in here. It's like, look at this. There are not enough shelters. in the exhibit, excuse me. What I should be doing is I should be going in through here, finding all of the old fogey warthogs. If I could click them, they're so tiny now that I increased the game resolution. There we go. And I should sell them. Look, they're happy. Hooray! He was abducted by aliens. There we go. That'll be good enough. So what ends up happening is baby animals have an increased attractiveness rating. So what can happen is you'll put down an exhibit, you'll set it up, the animals will be happy, they'll breed, make a little baby animal like that. That baby animal will draw more people in, and then as the animals age out of being a baby, the attractiveness will go down and it will tank your people coming in. Had a Voodoo Rush for a while, it was amazing. Card if your aim was to drive yourself insane. I have I don't remember if it was a Rush or a Banshee that someone sent me that I had in the test bench for a while. And I stopped using it because the video voltage level output between, so I've seen everything in the zoo. The zoo isn't all that great. I like this hot dog. That sure is a happy looking prairie dog on the Prairie Dog Cafe. I'm hungry. I think this person is just a sourpuss. I don't like the zoo, I'm going home. I don't like the zoo, I'm going home. Okay, so there's some people who are cranky pants, but it seems like mostly, well, I don't know, there's kind of a split. Lion likes overjoyed, I don't know. Anyway, what was I saying? I don't remember now. Because I just noticed there's a flock of people leaving. Cute baby animals. Oh, the Rush. Voltage level output is different between the Voodoo GPU and the 2D GPU on the Rush or the Banshee, whichever one. It's a Rush. It's a Voodoo Rush. Banshee's integrated chip. There's voltage level output differences, so the brightness of the screen would change when it went from 2D to 3D. That's the thing. So I would have to change my video capture settings or my monitor brightness settings when I switch between a 2D thing, like, you know, the Windows GUI, and a game. So I was like, this sucks, can't do that. So, yeah. All right, well, we can definitely see that we're still losing people, but it doesn't seem to be as bad. I'm gonna load a different save now, and I just want to see how that does. So let's go with the, actually, you know what would be kind of fun? Let's try optimal. Let's see if this just like spikes all of a sudden. Because we could have the opposite where it's hampering how well the zoo does, and then maybe it will like just ramp up like crazy. So here's optimal. Here are all the things you have to keep in mind for optimal play. The animals need to be as happy as possible. The exhibits have very specific ratios of tiles that you have to meet. The animals have specific hard-coded lists of decorative items that they want in the exhibits. All of the animals seem to prefer small rock over anything else. It was all because of a dog in game that's basically anti-piracy. Yeah. So the animals being happy is a factor of all that stuff. So this lion that just ate, or was about to eat, and then got distracted to chase another lion, I guess. I don't know. Wait, are there too many lions now? There might be. This exhibit is well suited for lion. All right, sure, whatever. So the animals being happy, this is going to be like 99% happy or whatever. The closer to 100% happy they are, the closer to 100% happy your guests are. And then the guests can only see animals that are within 10 tiles of them. So ideally, they are always within 10 tiles of an animal. A more optimal solution would have actually been to put the elephant exhibit over here, but I thought I was going to do a little more before this eclipsed the other zoo, but it turned out it didn't need that much. So this one is pretty locked in as far as all that. The Prairie Dog Cafe, by the way, I don't seem to need more than that. We can check guest needs, and none of them have needs that are not being met. So just one is sufficient here. So. Yeah, the optimal play is so boring. Oh my gosh. So there's an optimal play reason as well to cluster all of this stuff like this too. For one, it makes it easier to count how many of the things that you place down. But the real reason, and I have a speculation of a way to optimize this even more that I haven't actually seen anyone do, is that when you put the stuff in a corner like this, the animals cannot get into that corner, and that means they can't poo in the corner, and your zookeepers don't have to come in and clean that up all the way over there. So corralling them more towards the gate where the zookeepers come in is beneficial. The thing that I speculate could be even more beneficial is using the rocks and trees to wall the animals into an even smaller area in the pen, because the entire exhibit is what counts for the size, not the actual space that they have to walk. So if you could lock them into an even smaller area so the zookeepers don't have to walk as far, I think it could be even more optimized. It's just West Valley Zoo. Excuse me, the Phoenix Zoo is actually one of the best zoos in the country. We have had controversies like guy said something weird and the volunteers thought that they were going to end the volunteer program and quit out of frustration, only to find out that it wasn't going to end. As opposed to the Bronx Zoo, which was, so part of the script I was writing was like, our zoo's great, I like zoos, because, and I know not all zoos are good, so I went to the list of zoos in the United States, picked the first one that I recognize the name of the city from, read their problems. Whew, oh my gosh. The Bronx Zoo is, I literally can't think of a worst possible thing that they could have done. Oh, no. Digital Ice Age? Go read Bronx Zoo's page, Wikipedia. Like, oh. Oh, Wildlife World Zoo. No, I'm talking about Phoenix Zoo. Phoenix Zoo is fantastic. Check DMs. I can't imagine what's worse. Oh, no, this is something completely different. Okay. Old scanner. Oh, dude. That thing's wild. Is that a slide scanner? That's hilarious. That's cool. I don't want it, but that's super cool. But I don't want it. You can see building effect on guest happiness in the guide. Okay, so Adrian, I don't know what guide you're talking about. We'll look at that in a moment. This seems to be doing better here, though. As an aquarium, aquariums are cheat codes. Flying spot scanner used by TV station. Yeah, that thing is super cool. What is this running on? Did you watch the video I put out yesterday? It's running on the shuttle. Also, we're 3D printing in the background, so that's why we're doing this, because we're waiting for that to print. Yep, that's still white plastic. It says it's got 2 hours left, by the way, so that's not good. Okay, yeah, so yeah, it's running on the shuttle. Are you happy with the new channel's metrics so far? There is one metric that I would like it to meet that it's not going to, but overall it's doing okay. It's doing better than I expected, overall. How many subscribers is it at? It's probably 2,300 right now. So that's about 8 to 9% conversion rate from the video. That's not too bad. Today's the Go to the Wildlife World Zoo animals. Okay, and fighter jets. I'm sure the animals love that. Is this 1600 to FX? Neither. This is the X800 Pro. Anyway, watch hours, Digital Ice Age is the critical thing. That's gonna kill me. Because you have to get, I mean, there's no, literally anyone could go make a channel and see this. You have to get 3,000 watch hours to monetize a channel. I'm currently at 500. And I can't imagine it's gonna skyrocket from there. It's probably, that's the biggest push that I'm gonna get with the launch of the channel. That was less than I was hoping for. Now, thankfully, to get 3,000 watch hours over a year, so that's not as bad to meet. But the other problem is that you have to release one video, or you have to release 3 videos in the last 90 days as well. And I don't currently plan on prioritizing the game channel. It's just gonna be whenever it happens. The idea is unlimited video production quality because I wanna make the videos good. And I don't want to ever rush them out. So I'm not planning on having a set schedule or anything. Matter of fact, I might even limit myself to only 1 video a month. So that will be difficult to meet potentially when I do meet the watch hours. So. Checkered, I think we're good. I have all my copies of Zoo Tycoon. I have a couple here. It turns out that it may have actually been that you need a physical copy, an original copy for the game to work correctly. Yeah, there we go. It's actually going up here too. I really think that there is some hidden DRM thing that causes people to leave. That's crazy. Papa Spiritus, Tech Tangents Gaming is now a thing that you can go check out. Oh, Dzak, that's why I was saying I think live streams count. Because I don't believe I have ever uploaded a video to the live channel. So I could just do a celebratory series of live streams, or we could just live stream there one weekend. Done. So I was looking to do something similar to your GX110 build, but instead using Compact Desk Pro. Any reason you picked the Dell? Because I very specifically wanted a Pentium 3. That was why. Let's fix the DRM right now. What do you mean, crack it? I don't know how. Dude, yeah, that is a clear reversal right there. That's crazy. Although it is only 1 data point, but I'm pretty convinced at this point. Anyway, there's other thoughts to why I picked the GX110. I wanted PCI slots. I would have preferred an AGP slot, but that's really hard to get in a small form factor. I really wanted small form factor too. There are some other systems that I would have picked over the GX110, but they are extremely rare. One of the reasons why I went for the GX110 is because it's so common. Let's say something died on it, I could actually go get another one. Unlike the Tiny Pentium, where they are ultra rare. So, there is no GOG release. Yeah, that's gonna take some cooperation from Microsoft, and I don't think that's gonna happen. Because it supposedly has an AGP slot and a P3. That sounds better. Yeah. I don't know what the size is, though. Desk Pro EN. That's way bigger. Way bigger. Yeah, that's not a small form factor PC. People are wrong. I mean, it's a small-ish. It's more like a medium form factor. It's not. That's not the same. GX110 is probably 20% narrower, probably 30% shorter, and probably a lot less depth. We started with the non-working installation. Was that copy sitting non-default path since the installer asked to create, etc.? So the original install was literally copy and pasted out of an original install on a real computer using the original media that I dropped a no CD crack on. And then I just put it in some random folder somewhere. I didn't run like the installer before, so any registry entries or anything that it would check against wouldn't have been there. I don't know if Cody's still here. I wonder if this could be why he couldn't get to 1,000 easily. Image polls on YouTube desktop render are very small and cropped square and on desktop. I have no idea. I've never done a YouTube image poll before. I just did it for kicks. Cause I was going to create a text only poll, then I'm like, oh, you can do images? I'm sure that's for, I'm just going to go with general influencers to post like 2 outfit pictures to try and engagement farm. I think that's the most generous way I can phrase that. Yeah, I got no idea what it actually looks like though. Let me check. Pretty badly written DRMs, hard code and path, mind you. I don't think it was that. Oh, you literally can't click those? I had no idea. I thought you could click those. That's insane. You can't just view those? Why do they even let you put up pictures if you can't view them? That's insane. That defeats the whole purpose. What? They should call it an icon poll. Oh my gosh. So, for the record, what they're talking about is this. I'd set up a poll on the gaming channel so that I could ask about whether or not people wanted pixel perfect graphics or scaled. And these are screenshots that I carefully curated and edited so that you could see the difference between how pixel perfect graphics renders and scaled graphics renders. But apparently, it's not even possible to see these. I had no idea. So far, it seems like massively people prefer pixel perfect though. So I'm happy about that because I hate scaled graphics. Pictures for ants, yeah. You right click, open a new tab, change everything after the link. Did that? Hold on. Because if that's the case, then I will edit the post to have that as a link. Hold on. You totally said scaled? Well, you're a monster, so that makes sense. You really have the equals and the URL with S0. S0? There's a bunch of them. Equals S0. That'll work. Oh, you can't edit it. Well, I can at least post comment. I'm still making YouTube host him though. There we go. Can I pin a comment? Well, that's weird. I can edit the comment, but I can't edit the poll. That's so stupid. Wait, can I edit it in the back end? Nope, you cannot edit a poll once you've created it. That's hilarious. You shouldn't be allowed to post on your own poll then. Anyway, so here's the difference, okay? So here's Pixel Perfect. Look at the rating text here, all right? And then look at the rating text here. Come on. That's awful. This is just a direct zoom of what is here. Yeah, but if I can post my own message and then pin it to the top, that's the exact same thing as editing. I shouldn't be allowed to post anything on there. But yeah, doesn't this look awful? This is Lozonkos, or Lonkzos, whatever. This looks the best out of all the other options. All the other ones are even blurrier. But it does like a sharpening and ringing thing. I can't imagine preferring this over this. Like, yeah, it looks slightly bigger. It's about 20% bigger. But just lean forward a little bit. I don't know. It's just, I vastly prefer that. And it'll be fine either way. Play security through 20 by 200 once. Ben, well, you shouldn't be able to edit the options, but you should be able, well, I mean, yeah, you shouldn't be able to edit the options. And if you do like option A and option B and then edit the text after, that was their fault for voting in such a stupid poll. That was obviously going to be rigged. I'm concerned that it's going to be a very, very, very long print. Get bigger display if you can't see it. Okay, I'm gonna load one more save. I wanna try that. I wanna load, I don't know, which was my final version of the save before I gave up and decided this game sucks. I'm just gonna do one more optimized save and then show people how stupid the game is. So this version of the save, I had learned about the animals that make people happy, that have the attractiveness. So I have rhinoceroses over here. Those have a higher happiness rating, or attractiveness rating. I have cheetahs, I have jaguars. And then over here, I didn't actually optimize this zoo all that much. I just tried to pick better animals. So I have the lion's mane jellyfish, which I don't think people actually liked that much. But it's gotten more donations than some of the other ones, so that was the thing. But I got rid of the show tanks so people would stop leaving in droves, primarily. So let's look at this. And, well, I guess we're not going to see. Maybe it can climb. But this one's pretty much leveled out. This sucks, by the way. In order to do all of these tests, which I have done, you just have to leave the game running for like an hour. Man, the text attachment around the pole itself. Yeah, that's trigger to justify, yeah. Other demoralizing comments on my table. Do you like cats? Do you hate cats? I mean, I don't know. They could add a question to the poll as well. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. The restrictions don't seem fully thought out. Because again, if I can pin a post and then edit that, not a whole lot of difference between that and just editing the actual post. One problem with these tests, by the way, on all of these is your zoos really can't run on autopilot. So, like I said before, the dogs will have too many critters in here. Yeah, would like to have a mate. Well, I know the problem to that, or the solution to that. Sold. There we go. The dogs overpopulate, and then if you leave them in there, they'll become sad. And then that happens where I'll have to sell them, and I won't like check what their mate is. I'm not even sure you can see that. And then they are sad because of that. So here's a fun thing while we're just sitting here doing nothing with this. I am actually running this through the RetroTink 4K. So I brought that for this today, and it's kind of funny because I'd never ever used a remote for this. I have my own custom software that I can just use my keyboard and mouse to configure everything with, and it makes it so much easier to use. It works really, really well. I've definitely decided this is the hardware to use for this kind of stuff. But I've ended up, here's the other thing. I'm capturing this in 4K, and then I can't capture 4K with any hardware here in the office unless I bring a Magewell capture card that I have that cost a ridiculous amount, basically as much as a RetroTink 4K, because it can capture 4K 60 over USB, and then I'm using the laptop to downscale that. So that's why I'm able to just click over here and easily drag this around, because I'm using the laptop to capture the RetroTink in OBS, and then I have an OBS preview window open on a second monitor that is being captured through my Extron. DZAC, this whole stream was always going to be nothing but tangents because we're waiting on the 3D print. And yep, it's printing. I guess I can go look at that. See how it's doing. Oh, standing is a thing. Those organic supports are not looking so great. So that's slightly concerning. But so far they're holding. They look pretty terrible, actually. Let me grab my phone and I can show you. They're pretty rough. What are we printing? So I designed a, I can just show you the model in a second. Let me just grab this photo really quick. Those are not looking so hot there. Anyway, we're 3D printing a bracket that goes in the power supply of a Sony SMC-70 computer, because the power supply I received was completely gutted of all of the original electronics, and I have replacement electronics that can go in there.
100, well, it's definitely organic. End of line.
Yeah, that's for sure. What's the flex cable for? For the camera that is on board. So we can go here and we can see the extruder doing its thing there. But anyway, this goes in this corner to fill it in. It's a strain relief hole for the power cable that I'm going to run through. And then over on the side, there is a mount for the power switch that's going to go there, because there are no mounts for anything like that normally. So I'm counting on this kind of wedging into the plastic and then these holding it in place. And then the power switch is it's got all this mass here because it has to like leverage its way into there. So yeah. Was that on the side, the printer? Was that board on the near side. The printer hitting it can't hit. Can it hit the print? Maybe that's why the supports look so bad. Is it beating them? One moment. Now, I think it's just exactly above. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Hold on, let me just... There we go. Now it's above. There we go. And we can still see it. It's compliant mounted, you're good. That is, yeah, that is part of the process there. Anyway, back to the important stuff. We can see yet again a bounce up after switching to the properly installed copy, and then it kind of levels off again. I really think that it was stop punishing me. Oh my gosh. I think it only makes sense to replay the game from scratch, which really sucks. Like a lot. Ugh. I think I have to start a new game and, yeah, replay it. That's awful. I'm not going to do it now, because now that I know how the animal attractiveness stats work, I'm not going to be able to use that information or ignore it. So I'm going to have a list of optimized animals and I'm going to pick for it. So, have we made the game cooperate? Yes. Also, so Cody, yeah, so I was asking you something. It seemed like you were gone. So, kind of. I installed the game normally, and every single save that I've loaded, it's either jumped up a little bit or much leveled out the guests leaving, and it seems like some of the bugs where the people would just bail are gone. So you can see here, there's a little jump in popularity, and then it's kind of falling off, but that's probably happening because the animals are dying in the background or whatever because I'm not maintaining it. But I'm wondering if the video you were talking about, they also pirated the game. I mean, I didn't pirate it. I cracked it, but it was my physical copy. But I wonder if they did something like that, and that's why they couldn't get it up to 1,000. Because it seems like there is something in the game that tries to break it when you use the no CD crack. And go for it, ask the stupid question. Must have a glitch scale. I was thinking it looked 4x the width when it was just the one on the pie. I'm not sure what you mean. Chloe. Why didn't you just install it in the first place? Because I hadn't ripped this game yet. So, I have always archived my games, and I had archived this one in the past, so I was just able to drag and drop the files that I already had, and I thought because I already had the files, I was good. Apparently not. Like 99% of other games I have would be fine. They won't have a built-in game DRM like this. This is some straight up 80s code wheel nonsense. Let's be real. This is the exception, not the rule for a game from 2001. So I didn't know that this was a thing, and I suspect most people don't know that this is a thing. Oh, I've been recording this whole time. I mean, I guess it's fine, whatever. It's just... It'll give me footage where I can go back and show, here's the bump, and then it levels out for all of the saves that I've opened so far. Or it's at least slowed the bleed. But yeah, that's a very fair point that I will have to cover in the video now. Annoyingly. I'm wondering if I should pirate game dev to Tycoon for this video now. So, Game Dev Tycoon is probably the most famous example of this kind of DRM, even though it's a fairly late one, because they added a feature where if you pirated the game, people in that game would pirate the game that you're trying to make as your game dev studio. And then your game dev studio would lose all its money and collapse. How did I crack my copy? There is this world where people copy games that they provide executables that no longer check for CDs, and I acquired the executable from there, most likely. Remember that as an Easter egg? Yeah. That's just clever. It really is. It's the best. That is the best example. The only way I could make that work, though, I have to go buy the game, which I don't really want, but it would be worth it, because I'm not going to pirate the game just to be a douchebag like that. So I'd have to buy the game and then pirate it. They even published a broken version of the game. Oh, you know what? That might be true. Actually, that makes it not piracy, technically. That sounds familiar. I think that is part of the story. I think you're right. So if I can find that, then I'm good. Just have to sign up to work. Nah, the studios don't have to worry about shutting down. The developers who work there just have to worry about getting fired as soon as the code goes gold. Maybe find a clip of someone's footage, then I gotta ask them for permission, and then it may not live up to my standards of video quality. Blah, 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 blah. It just makes a lot more sense for me to find it myself. On the other hand, I could just show a screenshot of the Wikipedia page that probably exists for it, because it's going to be like a 5-second throwaway comment, and then I don't have to deal with it. It's not like I'm going to make some grand reveal out of that. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced here that there is some DRM shenanigans going on. I really think that's it. I don't think there are any other significant saves I should load here. Maybe, you know what, let's load Screwed. That's the one that was really, really bad. I don't think we loaded this one. So this is one where I can click any of these guests, and then they'll say, that was a great show, and then they'll try to leave or something. Yeah, this is the people flocking to get out of here. Although, I'm not sure anymore. Now it seems like they're all fine. I wonder if it fixed them. Oh, that'd be even weirder. Okay, let's leave this one run for a bit, because this one I'm pretty sure is the worst out of all of them. Yeah, let's see what this does. So we're down to 137, 135. Let's see if this recovers at all. And what's the Tech Tangents Tycoon gonna be? It's just like a PC repair tycoon, except age back all the computers by 20 years. That's what it would be. And just have a permanently open purchase order with the, you know, Mauser key through there. By the way, fun fact, I was doing my taxes because I was kind of waiting for some more information that Patreon actually is now giving out related to tipping stuff, which is a whole complicated thing now in the US, yay. And apparently I spent over $800 on parts orders last year. For capacitors and stuff. I didn't know it was going to be that high. That was crazy. It all adds up. Yeah, it adds up a lot. To avoid doing it as long as... No, so the main quest needs to be extremely simple, but seem difficult. And then there's a billion side quests. And then you go do the main quest after doing a bunch of side quests, and it's just over. Like, the game can be beaten in 3 minutes, but it seems like it's going to be a lot of work, and then it's not. That's what the main quest needs to be. And then there's like 30 hours of side quest content. That's just Skyrim. That's kind of true. You got to know how to not play a lot of Skyrim to beat Skyrim fast, though. Even without glitches. Like being able to skip most of the Civil War storyline, that kind of thing. This one does not seem to be recovering as well. But this is the most screwed save. So if this one has bigger issues, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, Flare Spire, I do appreciate that it adds up. I just know I didn't realize how many like medium-sized orders I had placed all year long. So caught up. Twitch income expenditure for the year, similar reasons. Pleasantly surprised it actually managed to start small profit. Nice. Gotta know what you can skip, how to do it. Yeah. The most important thing, though, is making sure you get your pickpocket skill up enough for the Civil War quest. Because if you know, you know. Or pickpocket skill. Are there any tricks or code that share between Roller Coaster Tycoon? I don't believe they share even a little bit of the same code base. That makes sense. Do you know why though? Because it shouldn't be something that makes sense. So I'll spoil it. If your pickpocket skill is high enough, you can reverse pickpocket the Jagged Crown onto Hadvar. And then go turn in the quest to Saul from Battlestar Galactica, and it removes it from your inventory. And then you can go pickpocket it back from Hadvar, because Hadvar is a permanent NPC. His inventory stays the same. And that allows you to steal the Jagged Crown to keep. And it's like the best, it's not good armor, but it's the coolest one to wear with the rest of the dragon armor set. This might be the first save that is not recovering with the properly installed version. Although it looks like the animals are cranky. Usually though, when it says, oh, animal can't find any food, I'll go click it, and then there'll literally be a zookeeper walking in the instant it says that. The zoo might also just be super screwed because of the poor animal choices. Like, let's see here. Not big enough. It's both not big enough and there are more shelters than necessary. That's hilarious. Not as fun as Oblivion where you can crash the game by giving a baker bread. I didn't know about that one. That was great. Oblivion is a game that may show up on the game channel because I've never actually played Oblivion and it seems like it might be cool. But on the other hand, monstrous RPGs sound like a bad idea. Just overall. Oh yeah, the warthogs are really bad. Let's just let's have a clearance sale on warthogs. There we go. I do kind of want to, I'm never going to play Halo. First off, what could I possibly say about Halo? It'd be like playing Doom. What's the point? There are whole channels dedicated to those games. There's no reason to go into there when you're a variety game channel. What was I going to say? Oh. I might do a video on the Fable series. Then I might just do each game on their own, except 3. 3 sucks. Only because I want to do Fable 2 so that I can load my save from the Xbox 360 version so that I can show the glitch state that I talked about in the Link to the Past randomizer. Because I still have that save. I have it on a flash drive, so even if the 360 died, I could recover it. I might even have it backed up because it was on a flash drive. So it'd be really fun to show that. Oh, that's funny. You give it to him and he tries to eat it. Yeah, Fable, I would definitely start with the original Fable because you kind of have to appreciate how different Fable 1 and 2 are. They're both good in their own ways, and then Fable 3 sucks. A special festive randomizer for Easter? That sounds horrifying. Because I can see how that would work. I'm curious, though. Can I ask one question? Is it possible for Bunny Link to work in the overworld? They were so much better in Fable 3. Yeah, it's hard to put into words how much Fable 3 sucks. Because it sucks in just the weirdest possible ways. The worst thing about Fable 3 is how completely fine it seems, right up until it doesn't. Technically, but we aren't doing that this time? Ah, okay. Some stuff is bunny ears. Okay. I was thinking it would be like a bunny-only start, or something along those lines. where you must find the moon pearl or whatever to even be able to begin. You like most of Fable 3. That's the thing. I think most of Fable 3 isn't bad. It's the parts that aren't good that are so bad that they drag down the rest of everything else. And yeah, the humor in Fable 2 is top-notch. The humor and story of Fable 2, I think, is mostly what carries it up to the same level as Fable 1, because Fable 1 is more technically complicated and more interesting to actually play. All right, I'll look at that later, Cody. That way I can't accidentally slip anything. You know, I can just look at it on my phone and then you can see real-time feedback. Let's see. Oh, that... Okay, that's a lot of work. That's impressive. That will be cool. The economy was comical, had so much money by the end, give multiple people enough money for them to save their worlds, still be able to do this myself. Yeah, see, that's the thing where Fable 3 really falls apart. It's like, oh no, you have to make all these difficult moral choices unless you just owned all of the property on the planet and AFK'd first. Like, there is no threat time-wise, that doesn't actually exist. So if you just accrue enough money first by just sitting around, then the whole problem goes away. How does Portal perform? I have not tried. That's slightly late for this. Just slight. I mean, yeah, you know what? No, it's appropriate. How do I run Portal on here? Though, without going the Zoo Tycoon route where I cause problems. Oh, interesting. Is it actually recovering now? That would be curious if the zoo manages to bounce back here in the worst save. Capitalism saves the world. We all know this? Yeah, exactly. For those of you who don't know Fable 3, let me explain this. You know, in most games, none of what you do actually matters. The game has a set story, and the things lead up to the specific events. And, you know, in reality, even in RPGs with like a moral choice system, you don't necessarily have that much influence over the end of the game, you know, that kind of thing. Fable 3 has its whole story that's leading up to something, and then it just hard turns left to a completely different story. And then basically the whole victory condition of the game boils down to how much money you have. So like a completely new enemy is like brought up out of nowhere. And then there was this thing that you were building up to for the entire game that you're just given. Like, it seems like it's going to be difficult, and it's like, actually, no, just here. And then it's just how much money you have, essentially. There are some other little things that you could have, but if you have money, that doesn't matter. So, nothing else. Zoo appears to be stabilizing. Yeah, I think it has stabilized. So technically we started at 135 here. So it plummeted a little bit, but again, there could be some hysteresis to how people are reacting. So you have to make a sequence of no-win scenario choices to get the money. Well, no, what I'm saying though, Red Warrior, is the no-win choices, can't all of them just be a total win by just spending your own money? So like, if you end the game with like $20 million, can't you personally fund everything to solve all of the problems? Because I thought that's to me, what I remember being the worst part is that it is possible to bankroll everything yourself, which means that the only thing that actually matters in the whole game is just making money. In Vio, that's good to know. Yeah, because that's basically what I think I would have to do. Also, I can spoil the end of the Fable 2 review. Yeah, you can just pay for it yourself. That's what I thought, yeah. I'll spoil the end of the Fable 2 review as well. Because that end of the game is also very stupid, but in a way that doesn't really matter. So the way that Fable 2 ends, oh, lions aren't happy. Lion doesn't like its exhibit. Okay, I think there's too many lions. Hold on. Look at all them lions. There's way too many lions. Yeah, let's have a lion sale. Okay, get your lion burgers. It's discount lion time. Tasty lion meat. Yummy, yummy. Did you know in Arizona, we have a private park kind of thing that has ostriches that you can go look at. You can go see ostriches and that kind of stuff. You can also get ostrich burgers there. It's like, wow, come look at the ostriches. You can feed the ostriches. Also, you can feed yourself an ostrich. That's the part that lets it down? Yeah. So that's my biggest issue, is that it's so possible to just do that. And jerky, yeah. You know what? In the second zoo that I do for this, I should do an ostrich exhibit and then put a burger stand right next to it. And then talk about that. Oh man, okay, yeah, okay, maybe if I could include some stuff like that, that might make it worth it. Oh man. Have the chicken feed has chicken in it? Yeah. Anyway, end of Fable 2. Let me tell this story, okay? I mean, it's not really a story, but this is basically how I'm gonna end the Fable 2 review. I already know. Like, I don't even have to think about this. This is just gonna be how it goes, okay? So when you beat Fable 2, all right, you're presented like 3 choices, okay? I'm pretty sure you save the world or something along those lines, but then you're presented with an option of like, save a whole bunch of people who died, or maybe these people died and you bring them back to life. I don't remember what the good ending is. The evil ending is get $1 million, and then the neutral ending is your dog died and you can bring your dog back to life. Okay, those are the 3 endings of Fable 2 that you get to like pick ending Tron 3000. Okay, here's the thing: the evil ending, the money, it's easy to get $1 million. That part's not difficult. So there is literally 0 reason to do the evil ending. Exactly, money. That leaves the choice between save all the people or bring your dog back. The dog is mechanically critical to playing the game. The dog attacks enemies, finds hidden secrets you can dig up, and is just something that you have for the entire game and you interact with constantly. The evil endings sometimes do it for the lulz. So I don't think I have ever done a single playthrough of Fable 2 where I haven't just picked the dog, because it's like, duh. And then don't play that save. Yeah, exactly. It also brings your sister back to life. Not just with you, you're bringing loved ones back to life. Nods. Ah, is that the good ending? They made it pointless. We could resurrect the dog with the DLC. I don't remember that. I'm not sure I have the DLC. That's a problem. If I play it on the Series X, can I buy the DLC somehow? Is that Ostrich Place South of the Valley? I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. Have you not heard about this, Desiac? That would be kind of funny. Oh, you get a letter from your sister being selected, and you go off with your dog, dig up stuff. Ah, okay. Maricopa City, that sounds about right. By the ultimate version of Fable 2 has all the DLC. I don't remember playing any DLC. Interesting. Okay. Well, that gives me some, excuse me, to look forward to and trying it. And it's savage, they advertise the meat, yeah. It is the most messed up thing I could imagine. I can't, I wonder how many 12-year-olds have been there, like, oh, it's cool, it's giant ostrich. I don't think you can pet them because they're kind of brutal, but it's like you can feed them on a string or whatever. And then it's like, towards the end of the day, it's like, oh, I'm hungry, let's go get some food, and then you don't go that far. Like, could you imagine going to a place where you can pet and frolic with cows, which are actually very personable and fun, and then they sell hamburgers there? Oh, man. And hello, David MC. You've wandered into the weirdest conversation. We are currently 3D printing a part for the Sony SMC-70 that's apparently going to take the entire rest of stream. It says it's going to take an hour left still here. And I was trying to test something in Zoo Tycoon because I played through that for the game channel. And I got to a point where I thought the game was broken because I was using a cracked version. Looks like it is. Thank you for the 100 bits. The game do weird stuff when it detects pirated copies, a little bit risky. Some people see struggling, knowing they pirated the game. A lot of people think the game's broken. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the game was really imbalanced. The game is imbalanced too, just like straight up. There are elements of the game that are stupid, but early 80s micro I'd never heard of. Ah, the Sony SMC-70. It is so I have it. It's right there. But yeah, the power supply I got with it, completely empty. This is everything I got for the power supply. So I have a 12-volt module and then a Pico PSU, and then there's an adapter that's soldered in that goes to all the different voltage rails so that it can have power. But none of it mounts cleanly in there, so this is a 3D printed adapter to mount at least a power switch and do cable management and strain relief for coming out of the machine. So at the very least, I can kind of stuff it all in there, wrap it with Kapton tape, and then pretend it's good. That's cool, Flare Spire. Have you not dined at the restaurant at the end of the universe yet? That's one of my favorite things. I think in the books actually is just that concept because it's so nonsensical. Like it doesn't make any sense at all. And I love that. Next channel, Tech Tangents Farming. We all know the next channel is Mech Tangents. It's where I paint little figures. No. I think that's stabilized. Giraffe 1 has died of old age. Oh no, not Giraffe 1. How many giraffes do I have left? So I don't think they breed a whole lot. Yeah, that's probably enough.
100, don't forget the other end of time. There's the Big Bang Burger Bar. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I think I can stop recording. I feel like I've proven it. Although, that's interesting. I haven't been paying attention to the money. Oh, wow, this place has been hemorrhaging cash. Oh, this is the really bad save for that. Yeah, that makes sense. It's still crazy that this zoo is down to like 100 some people when the max was 440. Like that's just wild. Okay, let's reload the optimized version of this zoo that's slightly better. So when I say optimized, like let me explain a thing. So you can go into here and you can look at your restaurants and stuff. Anything that's red is losing you money. So you're better off just selling it. So on the other save, I did that. I went through and I sold everything I was just losing money. So this save is super screwed. That was the worst case scenario. So actually refactor might be an interesting one to run. That was before I refactored. Okay, so actually I should just reload IDK. Although we already did that. You know, it might be interesting to run this one. So this is much earlier in the game. And the last thing I did was max out the marketing budget. And then raise the ticket price. Because marketing brings more people to the zoo. Ticket price increases, cause fewer people to come, but for them to pay more. So I tried to balance it out, and I think I ended up getting like $2,000 more a month or something out of it by having people pay more. So that was kind of interesting trade-off. Let's try running this one for a bit, see what we get. So this one should just be climbing. So let's see what this does. This is way earlier in the save. Oh, that sounds cool, Flare-Spire. That's awesome. I was given the present of a year's sponsorship of a red panda at work, so I actually went to visit the Waz. Fire Festival, the zoo. So David MC, I don't think you were here for this part. So I did a full playthrough of this for the gaming channel. And I've recorded everything, I scripted the video, but I had this nagging feeling that there was something that people didn't realize about the game, that if you played it with a cracked version, it had some DRM anti-piracy shenanigans that were going on in the background that was making your zoo suck, and people would leave. That there was something that was going on that was making it impossible to make it profitable. Because no matter what I would do, my zoos would always like collapse after a while. And I tested it today by installing the game fresh from discs instead of using my original copy from 2014 that I had cracked and then migrated from computer to computer because I was lazy. So a fresh install on my existing zoo save seems to be performing better. The problem with doing this is that it takes forever to find out if this is actually true or not. Because you just have to let the zoo run and you cannot increase the time that the game runs at. So while we were waiting for the 3D prints to happen, I thought it would be interesting to just let this run with a reinstalled copy and see how it does. So it's looking like I need to redo like the second half of this video now. and make a new zoo where I don't use a cracked copy of the game. Would a US VHS tape be watchable? UK VCR with the whole PAL versus NTS thing cause issues? It would not be watchable. There are different line counts between them. Oh, well, or what Chloe said, if they are specifically designed to work around that. That makes sense that it exists. Yeah. I have a gaming channel. Oh, you're not aware. Tech Tangents Gaming. Yes, there are 4 new videos there. I just released a channel on the video on the main channel that covers me building 2 new computers that I'm using for that. One of them is the Shuttle XPC that I've got here, and then the other is a Dell Optiplex GX110 that is currently at home. But yeah, new gaming channel, which is, it seems to be going well so far.
New gaming channel, https://www.youtube.com/com/. End of line.
How did you do that? I'm confused, Cody. How did /announce? Huh. I didn't know I added that. I had no idea they added. I didn't know that it was going to do deck talk. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, it's got to be mod only. That's hilarious. I appreciate that, Cody. Yeah, that is funny though. I didn't know that. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Close game, adjust desktop time, reopen. No, that's not how it works. It's not like Animal Crossing. No, it's real-time game time. Nice getting shuttle organized machines, compact, full of ports and card slots, in my experience. But cat plaguey though? Oh yes, very definitely. This is one of 2, and the other one, the caps were very... I have already ordered capacitors for this computer, by the way. We're probably going to recap it on stream at some point. But so far, it has refused to die. So, spoilers, the next video coming out on the gaming channel is about running Crysis on this thing, and it was a rock-solid champ throughout the entire Crysis playthrough. It didn't even have the better cooling that it has right now during that. This game not having speed was a huge oversight. Yeah, it kind of sucks. There are some reasons for it to not, because, again, these dogs are probably sad or whatever, because there's too many of them, because they breed too much, so that's not happening right now. And then, technically, if we look at the exhibits, where's the exhibit list? Here we go. The walls decay in the exhibits, and then you have to have maintenance workers come fix them. So there are things that can happen that you need to maintain, which is really annoying. So the next playthrough, I will be avoiding the animals that breed like crazy, just because it sucks to deal with. And to answer the old meme, yes, I can run a Crysis, that is basically why I did it, yeah. That statement is called foreshadowing. I'm playing Settlers 2 and 3. Feel that speed up Combat 2. Ugh. How far is the 3D print? It's at 74%. I'm a little concerned. I'm a lot concerned. Oh gosh. Why is it saying there's 2 hours left still? I don't like that. Oh wait, print time left 50 minutes. Okay. Whew, that's acceptable. 2 hours is how long it's been printing. Okay. Yeah. Went shuttle hunting a few months ago for portable machines to do PCI cards. All the shuttles were too expensive. Did find Fujitsu thing. You found a Fujitsu? Oh my gosh. Okay, so if you go watch the video, the Optiplex GX110 is is the Windows 98 complement computer. I actually was looking for one of the Fujitsus as opposed to that. That is awesome. You got one of those. I gotta show people what this looks like, because these things are so cool. Or is it NEC that I'm thinking of? Now I'm not sure. Is it just black and red, or is it beige and blue? I think it's the beige and blue ones. Pentium. Oh, am I getting this wrong? I swear. Yeah, it's more like, I'm pretty sure it's like this one. But a little older. That seems like a Core series. Yeah, there's some great ones, though. Oh, man, just look at how good these are. They're so good. We can't see? Oh, true. They're like this. So that's one. That's the kind of small one. This is the super small one. The proper small form factor. Older Transmeta Cruise. Okay. But yeah, Fujitsu made some incredible ones. I think NEC has some really nice ones as well. Yeah, like look at this thing. Isn't that just ridiculous? Like you want a Sharp X68000 themed small form factor computer? Like what? That's ridiculous. There's another one. Now I don't know who it is. Oh, that is the one. That's the, I'm pretty sure that's the other one. Yeah. Yeah, there's some great ones. The Dell one is just way more common. It's a lot easier to get, unfortunately. Look at that. It's ridiculous. That one's a little later, but still the color scheme just mwah. Yeah, 40 minutes. That was a quick 10 minutes. Oh, I wasn't watching the Zoo guest. That's looking really good. I think we got this jump right here. Dude, it is absolutely crushing guest performance. And look, without the the no CD crack, the guests they're so happy they're sparkling. OLPC X0, so I have one, but I have not opened it. Yeah, so it's really interesting actually that it increased even more on this zoo, because this one was already going up. So not only was this zoo doing better, but it did even better after this. So it's just like a constant drag. I wonder if at random it's just picking people to hate the zoo and leave. Like, do we have any angry people at all right now? Let's look. No. I am not sure that at any point there were 0 angry people in the zoo before. This is really interesting. I'm gonna have to compare this more, which sucks because that's gonna take a lot of testing and I don't really want to do it, but I think it's worth doing. Yeah, I think it was picking people to just be randomly angry about the zoo. That's crazy. Ooh, SX280 on eBay. That's a good one. That was one of the ones I was considering. You can get some really nice half-height cards for that. Make it perform really well. Let's collect ThinkPads. I can see doing that, but I really didn't want ThinkPads, and I wanted to be able to put specific pieces of hardware in there if a game called for it. So like, let's say I want to play a game that's got 3D support. Like I want to be able to put on the glasses and stuff. Some of the games that I've already covered can, I just haven't done it. And I don't know that I will, but let's say a game would support EAX audio and it's really notable for that. And I want to record it with EAX audio. Having the full-size machines where I can put a card in there to do that kind of thing is really nice. So the only thing I don't have is the ability to put an ISA card in a Windows 98 machine right now. That's the main thing I'm lacking. No, the Optiplex. No, 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 no. I will not stand for that. Dell GX1 Tower. These are hideous. Absolutely not. No. These are horrible. What are you talking about? It's just a slab with a rounded top and a floppy drive that you can't replace. These are hideous. Like, look at this, okay? This has a reason to look like this. This actually looks good. This looks stupid. Like, you are not gonna, you will never convince me that this is a reasonable looking computer. This is ugly. $50 sounds about right for a 99 4A. Nice to work on though. I mean, so is the desktop one. These are a dream to work on too. It's a computer. I know. It's like, this is the free Unity asset version of computer. That's what this is. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine collecting these. Like, no offense, but come on. Maybe that's your thing. Maybe you worked on them or something. Maybe you worked at Dell. I don't know. I can't see doing that. I'm not seeing the massive improvement. Okay. So, first off, the flat front, there's a lot less of it. What is there is angled more, because there's not as much. So it's more. Additionally, it's lower down in your eyesight, so you don't have to see it as clearly. The badge is also slightly, I'm telling you, I have this. These look fine. These look horrible. I don't own one of these. I will admit that, but these are stupid. I mean, so you can go look at the video where I install NT server on that thing and see what all is in there. I don't really feel like going and grabbing one. I think I have 2 of them actually. 40 minutes still. Okay, leveling off, but it gained like 50 new people. That's crazy. How's it doing profit-wise? It's losing money, but if I remember correctly at this point, I had like way too many people employed. Oh, I'm doing a lot of research. That's part of it. It takes like, is it halfway through year 2 or something? You eventually finish all of the research if you just crank it. Yeah. Yeah. Sadback, do you know this game? One point I make at the start of the video is how stupid the difficulty options are in like the starting maps and the starting money. You're researching how to convert exhibits to food stuff. No, unfortunately, there's no way to turn animals into meals in this game. But you can pick a map with the hard difficulty setting and then sell everything that comes in the map and make so much money that it counts as an easy start. And then there are other maps where if you want to just flatten the map, it costs more money than you can actually start with. That seems like an oversight. I think it is more that they didn't think about it at all. You familiar with the concept? Okay. I think still my end feelings on the game are going to be that it's super janky and that it doesn't really work that well, but maybe it'll at least be playable without the zoo collapsing. Although it's looking like it's collapsing there, but I also haven't been maintaining it, so there might be a limit on how far you can push it with just AFKing. You remove the gate like you can in theme park. So not only can you let the animals run free and have them like eat the guests or whatever, the game actually teaches you to do that when you first install it. So the tutorial that we skipped, it ends with you releasing lions to go chase after the people there. Like just straight up, it's an advertised feature essentially. I think we're at the point where I'm kind of done with the game. We should probably just watch this. Like, I'm not touching this so much that the laptop keeps going into standby. I'm gonna stop the recording. I think I've learned what I needed to learn, that I was playing the game wrong the whole time. Which kind of sucks, because I really don't want to have to replay it, but now I have to. Or else I can't make the video. This is not me confirming that I'm gonna do any particular thing. Just a quick question, does anyone know? Is Trackmania Sunrise different than original Trackmania? Like, engine-wise, is this a completely different game? Because I didn't know I owned this. And it seems like the graphics in this are way better than the original Trackmania. I thought it was an expansion. It's 2006, it's gotta be way different. How many Trackmanias are there? The print is at 81%. It says there's 40 minutes left. Those supports are so weird looking. Sunrise was the second? Okay. That's good to know. I'll say this, I am considering doing a video on the first one. Because I have a copy of it. I thought at first it was going to be like an online only thing, because when you first install it, it shows you literally one level, and then it turns out that it just keeps adding more of them as you go. So I really don't know what the scope of the game is, because you can't like see everything until you play them all. It was better than I thought it was going to be for being the first in the game, though. I will say that. Guess I can shut down the computer. Oh my gosh, my laptop's hot. I always forget about that. The video encoding takes a lot of juice. Man, I really like the shuttle and the XPC, or the GX110. They're such good little computers. Here's a video. I say you have Star Trek Starship Creator. You chance have Bridge Commander. It's probably on the wiki. But let me just go see on the Star Trek shelf. Let's see. We got Q Conquest, Away Team, Encyclopedia, the House of Collectibles CD, ROM CD Guide to Star Trek Collectibles. We got Captain's Chair. We got Voyager Limited Edition Entertainment Utility, 20th Anniversary, Elite Force, Expansion Pack, Elite Force, Trivia Challenge, the Font Pack, Voice Print, Starfleet Academy. Oh man, they made a show about that game. New Worlds, the next generation of Final Unity, Generations, TIE Fighter. No, wait, that one's not Star Trek. It looks like I don't have whatever that was. I don't remember the name, but I don't think that was it. Bridge Commander, that was it. Yeah, I don't think I have Bridge Commander. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm not brimming with interest to go get it since there are 3 billion other Star Trek games that I haven't played. Did you check the 3D print color with a real floppy drive? I can do that right now. Holy moly, that looks good. Like, you can't even tell. It looks better with the blue and the beige, though. That is a really nice match, actually, those two together. I will have to keep that in mind, that Data General blue goes well with beige. Who would have guessed, since their whole thing is blue and beige over there? We need a new channel, Trek Tangents. Tech Tangents Gaming will just have to suffice. So asking because I accidentally launched it and got my ears blasted. It beats where I got my start game modding. Ah. Pretty sure my start with game modding is just Doom. I ended up making maps in that. It was fun. Second would be Flat Out. Flat Out mods so well. Tells you're a Trekkie without saying you're a Trekkie. I mean, I don't have a bird of prey over my video game shelf for nothing. Got mine with the Xbox release of Fable 1. Interesting. Fun fact. Fable 1 on PC, you could make custom tattoos, because in that game you can go put tattoos on your character. There is a texture in the game's files that you can edit for custom tattoos. So for my evil character, what I did is, instead of drawing any tattoos on the UV mask, I just tinted it red, so my character looked like a bright red devil for the entire game. It was great. And stuff like that is why I want to recover those games, because, like, come on, that's just awesome. Yeah, but that one was fun, Majenko, wasn't it? You can't tell me that's not fun. That doesn't make your day a little brighter. Let you have Jack's mask as a wearable item. Well, you can have that. You just can't take it off. And you gotta listen to him all the time. Isn't that the one where you get called Chicken Chaser? Yes. Borderlands is a game that seems like it's modded already. I'm not even sure how that works. Yeah, the Jack's Mask is an example where I would have my evil character do the good character ending anyway, because the evil ending was just stupid. Like, even the evil character, I don't think would do that, because they wouldn't want to self-sacrifice for nothing, really. You don't really gain anything. At least not with the official ending. Oh, money, yeah. That's one of my favorite tricks in the game. If you just buy every single apple you ever see when you play Fable 1, you can then go up to any vendor, sell them all of your apples, and then buy them back and have unlimited money for any transaction. Yeah, that's one of my tricks, is just buy every single apple in that game. Because they're so common, they're so easy to get, and then you can make so much money. Yeah, I know you can do it with all items, just apples are super common, and then you don't have to do it with like a billion different things. But yeah, you can do it with all items. Guys make me want to play Fable. Oh yeah, the gems are definitely the way to go. Bugbean 1 was the Guildmaster? I don't remember that. So I'll also spoil this. If I do a Fable 1 and Fable 2 run, I'm going to do the thing that I did originally, and I'm going to do 2 playthroughs in parallel. Evil character first for every main mission, and then good character. Evil character, I do all of the, you know, obviously the fun stuff, and then the good character is just the straight man doing everything the right way. The evil character, I will allow exploits. The good character, I will not. So the evil character, but not Fable 3. No, screw Fable 3. The evil character, the only reason I will do Fable 3 is if the Fable 1 and 2 videos do so well that it's obvious that I should do Fable 3, and then I will just be me bashing the game the whole time. Anyway, the evil character will keep the 3 potions that you get during the tutorial section, and then go beat up an NPC in the bottom of the tavern or whatever for an hour, because that's the easy way to instantly level up every single thing. That's one of the best things in Fable, is that they left that exploit in without even realizing it. Oh, that one's fantastic. Mm. 24 minutes left on the print. I think we're going to only barely have to go over time. That's not too bad. We're not going to install it all today. I'm just like, nah. But we'll at least have it done. We'll get back to it eventually. I'll drop it in the plastic piece and see how well it fits, but I don't think we're definitely not installing it. I was really glad that after today, when I'm really tired, I could take an easier day here. Supports or wild, what slicer do you use? This is Prusa slicer. They're the organic supports. So I did a test print at first where I did the grid supports or the regular ones, and it was going to take 3 hours or something to print. So instead, we use the organic supports that look like this, which are, in fact, crazy. I'm really curious how this part turns out, too. The strain relief section. That should look cool. Which is over there now. I could go look at it, but that's spoilers. Fix the Twitch category? I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Just chatting? No, I'm going to set it to science and technology only because then I don't have to remember to set it back. Oh my gosh, I see Zoo Tycoon has 180 viewers. Is that all us? Oh no. We're gonna evaporate all of the viewers from the Zoo Tycoon category. Poor Zoo Tycoon. Is there a reason to not use organic support? It's less consistent, I would say. It was discriminating to people here, yeah. Well, it's nice to figure out that the Zoo Tycoon problem was legit. Like, I'm really actually surprised. Like, I know the game had it. I thought the maintenance worker thing was the only DRM problem. That's kind of crazy. Desiac, did your shuttle have little 3.5-inch filler plate? And are you going to use it? Because if you aren't, I want one of the screws in the front. Because one of them was missing on mine, and I just put a regular PC case screw. Darn. All right. Then never mind. No one will notice, and I didn't call attention to it in the video. I don't think anyone's ever going to notice. But there's just a random PC case screw in one of those instead of the flat-headed ones that are supposed to be there. Home studio check. All right. Forgot how slow bed slingers are. It's not like a resin printer would be faster at this. A Core XY might be faster, though. I mean, if you want to go leave a bunch of comments that engagement farms and makes it get recommended to more people, that's on you. Put a white memory card reader in that bay. So I'm really unhappy with the white part of the faceplate, but I also don't want to spray paint it silver. I think pure white... Actually, that's not true. I have a pure white memory card reader I could put in there. I don't want to. For one, I will literally never use it. It also has front USB ports already, so it's not like it needs that either. Eventually, probably a black Pico IDE is going in there. The only reason I would ever change it out is if I 3D print a white one. But it would probably be black to begin with, which will kind of suck since it'll be white disk drive and a black Pico IDE, but I don't think beige is the right call. Beige will be fine in... Well, it's actually part of the problem. I'm not sure how to add a Pico IDE to either the Tiny Pentium or the Optiplex GX1. Because neither of them have an opened 3.5-inch bay. I think I got a ghetto mount, a Pico IDE in both of them, and then rely on having a panel mount USB extension somewhere, and then the IDE control that you can use to change stuff in DOS. I think that's the only way I can use those in those computers. Whew. Well, I super don't need a floppy drive in an XP computer, especially not when the whole point was tightly targeting system requirements to specific machines. Arguably, I will never use the floppy drive in the Optiplex GX1. So far, the only time I've used it is when we were trying to do whatever it was I was doing at home. Oh, making the Chaplet Hallican startup disks, I think, for FreeDOS or whatever. That was the only time we used it. Which, by the way, yeah, that was the computer that I used when I was at home and I used a Windows 98 computer. It was the Optiplex GX1 10. I was going to sarcastically say if it doesn't have a smart media card reader, I don't want it, but I think it actually does. Now I kind of want it. What do I have that uses smart media? A lot. I have a camera. I have the Game Park GP32. I have the flash paths. Yeah. If you were fishing for a Roland MC505, that may as well not use smart media because it takes the 5-volt smart media cards, which it would be cheaper for me to just come up with some other solution than buy one of those, because the 5-volt smart media cards are obscenely rare and valuable because people buy them who are just doing like music equipment. So yeah, 3D printers measure how much plastic they feed. In a way, you can keep track of how much extrusion length you do, and then you could use the diameter of the filament to calculate that, but it's not perfect. Yeah, so if your only reference is music stuff, it's a lot more expensive. Forgot about the MC505 using smart media? Yeah, that's what I thought you were fishing for. So the other fun thing is that 5-volt smart media cards, the main thing that distinguishes them is they have a corner that's notched out, and it's the opposite corner for the 5-volt ones. I tried to buy some 5-volt smart media cards on eBay, but the jerk mirrored the image, so the notch was on the opposite side. It was still an okay deal to get some random smart media cards of varying sizes, so I decided to keep it, but I was very frustrated with them because they looked like they were going to be 5-volt. Yeah, if you have any random music-related smart media cards lying around, DZAC, I would be very interested in them. And for the love of God, don't put them in anything else other than the music equipment. I know, right, Blood Red? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Of all the things. What's crazier? Okay, I actually want to buy one of these just because they're so wild, okay? I think it's crazy these exist. Smart media card. There are new smart media cards being manufactured. You got to see this, okay? So you look at these, oh yeah, they're smart media cards, yada yada, whatever, okay? But if we actually look at these, all right? We look at these things. These are a 16th inch. Oh, none of these images really show it. These are PCBs. Like, I think they have like an adapter IC or something. Like, this is a real smart media card, okay? This is a ye old-fashioned one, okay? It's a piece of plastic. That's what it should be. Can't see. Okay, hold on. That's my fault. Okay, look at, okay. This is a real smart media card. This is what you normally see, okay? This is molded plastic, and then there's a small piece here that's the electronics, and then the NAND is on the opposite side right there. You can see the bulge where it is, okay? China, companies in China, I should say, are manufacturing new smart media cards that are somehow adapted from PCBs. Look at this. That's FR4. Like, you can see vias in it. I think under the labels, they have like a micro SD card or something crammed in there with an adapter. I don't know how it works, but I kind of want to buy some just to see. But they're not like that much cheaper than just regular smart media cards. So it's like, I don't want to waste some money on it, but they're just PCBs. It's kind of crazy. So I really want to know what's under the label. I want to peel that off. No, you don't need to waste your money on an IDK. I actually have a use case for them, so I'm the one who should buy them. Straight up parallel flash chip. Yeah, I don't see any reason they couldn't do it. It's just kind of crazy. But yeah, one of these days I'll do it. Unfortunately, they keep making them as the 3.3 volt ones. If they really wanted to make bank, they'd make the 5 volt ones. Like here, smart media card, 5 volt. 4 megabytes, $164. 2 megabytes, $73. Like, it's just ridiculous. Well, no, they can't go in there. See, this is what I was talking about. The clipped corner, the 5 volt ones are on the left, the 3.3 volt ones are on the right. So they physically don't fit. But card readers cannot have the corners cut, and they can use that to determine whether or not it's a 3.3 volt or a 5 volt card. So some of them are multi-voltage. I have a dedicated multi-voltage smart media card reader because I was trying to buy 5 volt cards, but yeah. You just buy a device that uses those and they have a card left in. I have been considering doing that too. 91%, 15 minutes left to go. Oh yeah. Thanks, Roland. Yeah, I know, right? Why did Roland have to use the weirdest possible things? Might be able to cut the corner off and fill it with some plastic. Oh, gosh. Oh, on the PCB one, I wouldn't be surprised if you could just straight up just hack that corner off and it's not even doing anything. We'll be printing what we've been designing all weekend, the power supply insert for the 3D model for the Sony SMC-70. ES1 used 3.3 volts. That's too bad. I mean, it's good if you want to, like actually be able to use it. I don't think there's any chance of it damaging the Roland, so money, you might be onto something. That could be worth trying. Although, who knows? Maybe they're actually like 1.8 volt chips, and then they're just like hoping that they don't die at 3.3 volts nowadays. No. Who knows? Yeah, I was up late last night doing astrophotography that didn't really go that well. So well, the main thing is that I just kind of want some of those stupid PCB ones because they're kind of weird. Like I like to buy things that I think are dumb sometimes, and that's one of those things. I think they're kind of dumb. Like I don't understand. I mean, I understand why they exist, but like, why still? Like, I feel like there's not that much market. Well, Desiac, it's probably just because Roland started making smart media card equipped devices first. So. Camera pans around the office. I don't know what in relevant or relation to. Do the same Sony sellers buy a 5 volt chip, make a PCB for them, cut a hole, dangle the flash chip down on its legs. Oh gosh. Playful, I bet it's actually more that the PCB is cheaper than the manual labor to put whatever part into the plastic molding. I wouldn't be surprised if plastic was actually cheaper to make, but the labor to put the two together is what makes it more expensive. Oh, buying stupid things. It's a little different. Generally, the office is full of useful and interesting things. I don't own a single Canon camera, so no, I don't have magic lantern. I don't have magic lantern on anything. All of my cameras are Nikon. Which I somewhat regret, but on the other hand, like, I don't have any problems with Nikon. The only issues I have with Nikon is that everything else supports Canon, which is just kind of annoying. Like, every single one of my Nikons I like. I mean, it'd be like, for them, probably $15K to make a mold for a smart media card. And they could crank them out. It would be very easy to get ROI on a smart media card mold, I feel. Bonded the actual die on the back of the contact substrate and wire bonded that. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, I know molds are expensive, but if you're paying a lot more for the PCB, there is a point where one eclipses the other. So I don't know. What printer is this? A Tron XY. Yeah, it says it in the bottom left. It's only worth a lot if you make a lot of parts. I mean, they had 64 people with it in their cart right now. You know, definitely for real. Mm-hmm. So Digital Ice Age on Nikon's feeling nice in the hand. I assume Canons do too. Like, that's, I don't know. 15K seems low, very low. You know, they're only like that big. Like, the mold doesn't have to be big for a smart media card. And again, they're doing it in China. Nikon's, okay. I guess I've never held a Canon, so I wouldn't know. Well. I mean, yeah, I could buy a Canon, but it's like a used one like that, but I have Nikons. The problem is that it's like switching from a gas to diesel vehicle. And none of the, well, but it's even worse because all the parts are usually interchangeable. Like, I could swap the lenses between all my Nikons, but then I can't do it between the Canons and the Nikons. Maybe Helen Croft. I also wouldn't be surprised if they were too worn out. So, I don't know. Stiffer than Nikon, not unacceptably so. Interesting. I'm surprised that there is any, like, real difference at all. I would have thought it was just camera. Flex switch from Android to iPhone. Kinda, yeah. Except I don't think it really makes that big of a difference. It's like software-wise. It's just the compatibility-wise. Those sports look not great? No, they don't. They're pretty crusty. I don't know what happened. Someone very wrong. NCR Decision Mate V computer. Doesn't sound familiar. Well, I've never really felt like, gee, I sure want to play a game on my camera. More like I want to turn the battery off as quick as possible so I can take more pictures. Oh, that's true, Helen Croft. But what I'm saying is the molds may have been destroyed by the original companies instead of resold. That's what I mean. No, I think that the support layers just kind of got like flopped on top of each other. But I'm hoping that also means that they just peel right off of the actual print. So we'll see. We got 9 minutes left on the print, maybe. I can see that we're only halfway through the, here. We're halfway through the screw holes for the chassis there, which means there is just a little bit more to print there. So however long it takes to print the top half of this, it's probably twice as long left after for the actual print. But it's getting smaller. It tapers up at the top. 10 minutes ago was 15 left. Yep, welcome to computer progress bar math. There's a reason that the XKCD joke exists. You know, I should make my my software that shows progress bars like randomly decide between ending at 99%, 100%, and 101%. That would be nice. Which side of the notch is 5 volt? 5 volt cards, if you're looking at the contact, the notch is top left. Official start time on Sunday is when Shelby finishes.
For a Goose FCHDER, 100 value of nice left as an exercise for the reader. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Eventually, the print will be finished. Someday. Remember 3 minutes ago when I said there was 8 minutes left? There's 7 minutes left now. Thanks, Roland, for using both. Yeah, the worst part is that they switched to the 3.3 volts at some point, I do believe. And that meant that they stopped producing the 5 volt cards. Ugh. Learning about asymptotes, yeah. That would be another fun one to do. Sometimes have the progress bars be linear or like geometric or exponential. Oh, that would be great. No, 3.5 filters doesn't even have the cage. Ah, okay, yeah. That tracks. When I come back, there should still be 8 minutes left. Probably. It currently says there are 6 minutes left, so there's that. At least it's good enough that the number never goes up. It was literally 2 minutes ago that I said that there were 7 minutes left, though. Ah, that makes sense, Deziak. All right. And most of that's now in this one, because those parts were better. Oh, one person commented this on the build video. I don't know anything about it. It's worth looking at some point, but I don't know how to. Apparently, some of the engineering sample hyper-threaded 3.2 gigahertz chips can be 64-bit compatible. I don't know how to check that. They're apparently very rare. What am I 3D printing? A model I designed that looks like this, that will hold a power switch and provide a strain relief for a custom power supply going into a Sony SMC-70. So I'm just watching this here as you guys watch it over there. CPU-Z. Will CPU-Z check for a flag that says this is 64-bit compatible? Is that it? Straight to boot Windows XP 64? Nah, I've got better things to do than do that. That sounds awful. XP 64 is dumb. Should do. Saying, what you call it? CPU-Z? Okay. I do have that on the computer. It's one of the reasons why I know it's an engineering sample. I think that the version number, instead of being like D or whatever, was ES. Pretty sure I have nothing for mini disc except for players. Like to watch G-code, see the layer count go down. I can understand that, yeah. That would be kind of cool to have the Raspberry Pi display there show the G-code buffer as it goes through. Where did I get that MS-DOS license plate from? It was registered to my vehicle at one point. Oh, Helicroft. Oh, I know. I would love to have one of those Vios. I think there was one of the CRTs for that first gen Vio, was it like PCG 90 or something? It was one of the CRTs that had the speakers mounted on the sides from sale on Craigslist nearby. I was really tempted because that's probably the hardest part to get. But then I was also like, the reality is I don't want to have to import one of those from Japan, the computer. I probably should have bought it. It's long, long gone now. I have no idea if the Big Nova runs. I've never put power to it. Let me put it this way. It's got giant hard drives in it that probably need to be cleaned, and I kind of only sort of know how. So if I tried to turn it on and boot anything, it would just literally crash aheads and die. Fire the shuttle up for CPU-Z to check. We only got 2 minutes left. Is that 2 or is that 3? We only have 3 minutes left. And I don't technically have a monitor connected to it. It was all through video capture from my laptop, which I have since put away. So I don't have a display connected. I mean, I guess technically I could just plug in the VGA capture cable, but also I'm like really tired. Unless it's lilac colored Deziak, I don't care. Actually, that's not true. Lilac or is silver and tiny with the webcam. Because I need a new webcam for the small one I've got. I'm a little less inclined to yellow the Nova 4X. The 4X is a little more complicated. Also, I haven't had a chance to watch the video yet. It seemed like he had a very unfortunate time with one of his drives, and that's the kind of thing I'm concerned about. I'm not blaming him or anything like that, just be clear, but like stuff happens and it's license plates themselves in the US are a sacred object that must be manufactured by the state. Most car dealerships have a press. They can print the license plates as soon as the paperwork's done. That's kind of awesome. Yeah, US is weird with that. I also hate the new license plates here because we used to have them be stamped, like you're saying with the press, but now they're not. Now they're just flat. They just print the numbers on and go, I'm sure that the massive sun exposure and high temperature in Arizona won't burn off all the paint. Surprise, I see a lot of them with almost all of the paint burnt off of them now. The ones that were pressed had the dipped paint that was way thicker, that was usually able to hold on. I mean, yeah, you can buy whatever plate you want on Amazon, but that's not the same as one that the government had to officially recognize at some point. That's way cooler. Well, Chloe, I got good news. If you spelled raccoon with one C, I wouldn't know the difference. I would assume that was correct. I think we're actually doing top layers now. And I like DZX logic that once you've had your plate long enough for all of the print to come off, you're legally allowed to do crimes. Say the paint. I mean, at that point, you can just flip it around. Letter and number. So R-A. I mean, C is a number. They count hex, right? Whoa, it's done. Crazy. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go rip that sucker off. Ah. Here, let me wait for the print bed to cool down. Yep, that's cool. Whoa, that's a good sign. And I'm serious on that. That is a good sign, actually. That feels weird to just be able to tear those off that easily. That one's a little more stuck on. Oh, that one's a lot more stuck on. Holy moly. Okay, that one's gonna have to be, like, seriously pulled. There we go. Your print's at 99%. I win. Mine was first. All right, we're gonna see how it fits, and then we're wrapping this up. Look at those Zoo Tycoon boxes. They're so blue. Okay, so that's the brim. Well, that's peeling off really nice. Excellent. Oh, the supports on this went so well. Of course, the side that actually matters is the side that it sticks to. There we go, kinda. I'll knife that off in a second. Okay, then we have the supports for the skewer part. That came off super clean. Well, that really couldn't have gone much better. Okay, there's a random support inside. That came off. Boom, that's gone. Let's poker rate out the cable grommet. Oh my gosh, it looks so good. Okay, so the supports for the grommet section seem a little wonky. Never mind, that top part's fantastic. How about the bottom part if I just do that? Oh, beautiful. It almost worked, too. It's kind of bad. It's almost all of the supports off already. I think this one I'm just going to have to cut. I think the plastic, like, actually melted in place there. Yeah, kind of. There we go. Just scrape that off a little bit. Okay, there's that. Looking good. Cut that one out. Okay, that's mostly done there. Poke these out. Wait, isn't there supposed to be a hole there? Oh, there it is. Well, that's suboptimal. Close enough. I think that's done. I think that's good to go. Here we go. Oh my gosh, that looks fantastic. Dude, look at that. So compare this to that. That's nice. I'm very, very happy with that. I'm going to end up smoothing that part out a little bit. Okay. So screw holes, basically perfect. I don't think I could be any happier with that. That also looks, oh my gosh. I'm pretty excited here. That's a lot of space, a lot of gap up there for, okay, we gotta kind of put the switch in. Okay, I have to put the switch in at least. I gotta know. How well is the switch gonna work? Where'd the screws go? There's one, there's the other. Of course. Of course. Gotta mess it up just a little bit. So the switch, it don't fit so good because the bottom part I raised the lip up and didn't account for it. I'm gonna have to cut out a little bit here. That went kind of pretty bad. Okay, yeah, I suspect I'm going to need to dig out a bigger bandage for the drive home. Yeah, we'll be dremeling this later, I suspect. Well, I was just trying to score it initially. Maybe if I don't have fingers. But also kind of trying to do it while the plastic's still malleable-ish. Having just been printed. There we go. Now it fits. Ouch. I need to cut out a little more. That's a good thing these walls apparently printed with 100% infill.
GER 100 911, what is your emergency?
I think I might have cut my finger off.
Dot, well that was silly dot. End of line.
Machenko, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, it's going to be a balance to get everything into the exact right position. The worst part is it was right on the pad of my finger. I'm gonna lose the fingerprint bad. There we go. Okay, so the switch goes up. No, yeah, that was actually correct. Dot upwards. This is the part where you end up slicing your finger? Yep, that just happened. Let's just say the Band-Aid is barely holding on. No, I have bandages. They're just in a first aid kit that I will get to after stream. This is going to work. I'll have a proper bandage for the drive home. Okay, I need to adjust the hole position down just a tiny bit more, but there it is. That is power switch mounted with grommet in position. It totally works. And there's the screw holes all going through. The skewer is clear. We can see through that. Yeah, that'll work. And so without it even being supported, oh, that's so nice. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it definitely needs to go down a little more. Because that's a little more proud than I would like it to be. So I'm going to adjust that somehow. I'm not quite sure. But I would like it to go down just a little more, I think. Yeah, that's awesome, though. That's super, super nice. And then for kicks, that can still fit over on the left side. So yeah, this is going to work. All right. Ooh, that's a lot. All right, it's time to end stream. Ouchie. Oh, that's just straight up all loose. That's fun. I mean, okay, let's let's run the outro. Well, I can still touch things. There we go. Okay. Well, what above your heart, stop the bleeding. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be driving home soon, so yeah. All right. Thank you all for hanging out for this. This actually did work out extremely well. I'm very happy with the results here. We're not also good for crime. Yeah. So that is totally a solution for the power switch in the Sony SMC-70. Gonna have to massage it a little bit to make it work exactly, perfectly, but everything is there to do that. This print, exactly this one, will be good enough for now. So we'll work on that, but that's gonna have to be later. For now, if you enjoyed the stream, you may want to subscribe to be notified when I go live again next. It's not good. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one, but that's it for now, and I will see you next time.